Come one, come all, come see Jojo, the dog-faced boy. He neither eats, nor sleeps, nor crawls, nor creeps. He's 15 inches across the eyes and smells like a wolf. He's Jojo, the dog-faced boy. Welcome, guys. Monday night. I made it. What, 4 minutes late? But I'm here. Got my coffee. Got my cover. Come on, guys. What do you say? What do you say? Come on in. Welcome to Kathmandu. Eat pie, drink chai, get high, or be shy. I'll have to tell you guys that story. Woohoo! What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, I see a set of eyeballs. Who is it? Come on in. Come here. Is that girl in the mirror? Who is that? Don't leave. Stay there. Come in. Who is it? Ah, they left. Are you guys there? Hello, hello, hello. Maybe I'll take this one. Take this ear off. No, I'll take this one off. There, I can hear myself. That's a little better. Ba-na-na-na. Come on, guys, ladies, gentlemen. Hurry up before my coffee ends here. I got about a quarter of a cup, if that. Stop! Don't swipe. Don't swipe. Come in. Who is it? 5 people. Come on in, guys. Come on. Leave a comment. Come chat. Have you ever been here before? Don't leave. Don't leave. Just stay in. Say what's up. Say hello. Come on. Out of 5, 6 sets of eyeballs, there's got to be a comment. Come on. Come in. Come in. Start typing. Hit the thumbs up. The like. Subscribe if you want. Strings and wings. Hello. What the heck? Thanks for... I hope you heard me. What's going on, brother? Is it a guy? Oh, I see a aircraft in your profile picture with an American flag. Right on. Are you a veteran? You're in the right place. What's going on? What is that? That's a what is that? A tomcat? What? I can't see. It's a nose. Kind of underneath the nose. Where did I serve? The United States of America. I think that's what you're asking. United States Navy Corpsman. As you can see, that's a Corpsman Navy second-class petty officer insignia on a Marine Corps hat. Cover, Marine Corps cover. How about you, new name? Welcome. Staying off the grid. You do? What do you like? Staying off the grid? Talk to me, brother. Why the hate? Dude. Strings and wings. Talk to me, strings. It's a tomcat. See there? Was I good or what? Huh? Did I say that? I said I think it's an F-14. Oh, maybe I didn't. But that was my first thought. And I thought, no, I better not say it. Meal team 6? Well, I ate plenty of meals. Anything but, no, talk to me. Be more specific, Stan. What's anything? So you're a believer in what? How do you think you got here on this earth? How do you think everything got here on this earth? No, Remington, United States Navy. Right on. Yeah, my hometown is San Diego when Miramar was a naval air station. Saw plenty of F-14s. I live literally 15 miles from Miramar. I could see the aircraft every time they had an air show right out of my backyard. Hoorah, God is good, Josh. Another Josh. Actually, no. The world is because of Christianity. How about that? In the beginning, God created. Amen, Josh. Are you a veteran, Joshua? There's another Josh that will be probably coming in soon. United States Army veteran, Special Forces. Right on. How about you? That's right, new name. We don't serve an army. Okay, but I got one collection where... what was that? Sorry, I'm having a hard time. Right on, though, that people are commenting. I got one collection where you get the Army app from. We don't serve an army. Not quite sure I understood that, Remington. Ah, Dad and brother is. Where did they serve? Or where are they serving? Wow, of all places to have an F-14 in Florida. God, go to California. Marine Corps. Right on. Well, tell them you met a doc in a live stream. 123 Marines out of Houston, Texas, 2004, 2005. I provided medical support for them over in Iraq. Miramar, when you fell down drunk in that puddle of Miramar, just Carter to the rescue, right? What's that? You know, when you fell down drunk in that puddle at Miramar, what puddle? You mean any puddle in particular? Hey, welcome, Frank. Gosh, thanks, guys, for finding it so quick. I've only been on 6 minutes or thereabouts. Love it. Sure, just a minute, Optimal. Really? You have your bachelor's already? Strings? Is it strings? Sorry. Yeah, strings and wings. Trying to scroll back. Casey. Sorry, just saw your comment. My dad, being in the Navy, turned him into a bitter and mean father. I pray to never be like him. Oh, I'm sorry to blame the Navy on that. And Kevin, Trump announced no tax on ammunition. My man, right on, Kevin. I'm usually wearing this cover, my Marine Corps cover, or this one. So, just to kind of get on board with your comment there. Oh, so anyhow, about Scripture. Question about Scripture. In John, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. But in Genesis, it says the birds were created on a 5th day. How can that be? I've never heard this question. I know John 1:1, and I know in the beginning. But what does it say? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word... You need to capitalize Word, by the way. Word is a common, I mean what do you call it? A proper noun. It's the name of somebody. It's not a thing, it's a person. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. But in Genesis it says the birds were created on the 5th day. I'm not understanding your question, but okay. Yeah, you're trying to get in the Naval Academy. You'll need a bachelor's, or will they give you your bachelor's? No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of if you bring your civilian experience into the military and you have a bachelor's or above, you can go to officer school. I would imagine. Let's see. How do you get accepted into the Naval Academy? Will they give you your bachelor's through school? I guess that would be the sophomore in high school. I'm trying to get a job because they can know better when they sign me off. Yeah, cynical. I'm sorry, cynical. I didn't quite understand your question, but come on, give a coastie a break, or at least water 6 inches or less. Frank, are you the Coast Guard? Did we speak already? Yeah, anyways. Kevin, you still there? Where are you guys from? Shout out your location in the world, whether the USA or the another country. Sorry, let me turn down the music here a bit. We can keep it going. We can keep it rocking, but turn down the volume a bit here. There we go. A little bit better. Ooh, optimistically cynical. Well, hoorah. Thanks, cynical. Right on. Yeah, don't forget the thumbs up also. As you guys know, it'll help spread the channel, or it'll help my channel appear in other people's recommendation lists. And the more people, the better. So. Oh, you do? You need a congressman to sign off. Oh, cool. Okay, so that answers my question. They'll educate you. You'll get your bachelor's. The bird is the word. Oh, the song? Oh my gosh, that went right over my head. You're talking about who was it that sang? Was that the parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, talking about Ecclesiastes? Is that the name of the group, the Birds? Or was that the Mamas and Papas? Thank you, Strings. Right on. Yeah, Strings, just to let you know, I've talked about this a little bit before. I'll share my military story quickly. I didn't take the bait back in high school, although when I was already married and a father, actually, of 2 children, I was going through a chapter of my life, and I got some information from a girl that I was chasing, how to apply your civilian experience into the military. I had no clue that the military has been doing this apparently since World War II. So, for instance, if you're a construction worker, you can go into the Navy as part of the construction battalion, or the CBs, the letter CB, and be an enlisted officer, or I should say, you can go into the Navy um, with your civilian experience. And they don't have to train you already because you're already familiar, with building things. So it's cheaper for the military to bring in civilian experience. And then they put you in at a little bit higher rate based on, try to laterally transfer you based on your education into a rank that is applicable. And that's what I found out about when I was 36 years old. I brought my paramedic license into a recruiter's office after getting this information from a lady that I was pursuing in Louisiana. And I went into a recruiter. I went into the Army side. They did their spiel. And then I went over to the Navy side, and they basically are asking you, what do you do in the civilian world? I said, I'm a paramedic. They said, oh, we can make you a medic, or we can make you a corpsman on the Navy side. Well, to make a long story shorter, I ended up signing my name on the dotted line down at 32nd Street Naval Air Station in San Diego, and joined the Navy 2 months before my 37th birthday. So that's how I got into the military. They brought me in as an E4, which is the first rank as a petty officer in the Navy. This symbol on my hat had only one bar. It's reverse as far as third class petty officer is got one bar. A second class petty officer has 2 bars. And then a first class petty officer has 3 bars. So they brought me in as a third class petty officer with 1 bar. And then I eventually tested and got my second class. If you have your bachelor's or above, they can send you to Officer Candidate School, or OCS, and you can go to school at 36 years old and become, what is it? You're not a lieutenant, but a Lieutenant JG when you first graduate officer school. But you need a bachelor's or above when you come in as a civilian. My wife at the time had her bachelor's in nursing. And when I found that out, I went home after a weekend drill at my duty station, which was Point Mugu in California, Oxnard, California. I told her, I said, honey, you want to be an officer? She's like, what? I said, you can take your bachelor's into a recruiter's office and tell them what you do in the civilian world as a nurse, an RN, a registered nurse. And she's got her BSN, or Bachelor's of Science in Nursing, and they'll send you to officer school, and you can be an officer and do that part-time in the reserves. And she thought about it and smiled, but she never did do it. But yeah, it holds to this day. The cutoff age actually has increased from 37 to 43 today. You can be 43 years old and join the military. Just a little plug there for the rest of you out there. It's never too late up until you're 43. Yeah, I know. I didn't either, Strings. And yeah, that's how I ended up with this. 37 years old. Brand new. Oh, what the heck just happened? Sorry about that. I was figuring out who to salute and what the insignias on the lapel and the hats and how to wear my uniform at 37 years old. Going to boot camp in New Orleans, Louisiana. Speaking of Louisiana, I ended up back there for boot camp. Frank, let me read. Doc, I think you should have more people in your live. You are like a Parker. Welcome back, Parker. Well, ironic that you say that, Parker. I lost my dad in 2017, and then I ended up meeting this elderly man at my church, and his name's Lincoln, Link for short, and his dad's name Abraham. No kidding, true story. He's alive to this day. I found out he was born the same year as my dad, And so I lost my dad and I gained Mr. Link. And he ended up being, I called him my surrogate dad. But he was the same age as my dad. So speaking of being a dad to people, it was pretty cool that I met him. And we went everywhere together. He was my fishing partner. I went to some tournaments and he would come with me and stay in Airbnbs and we'd just talk scripture, sometimes to a wood stove, true story, in an Airbnb. I'd gather wood outside in the woods and bring it into the wood stove and we'd have coffee and dinner, over this warm wood stove in this Airbnb we stayed in up in New York. Yeah, so there's a little plug for the military reserves. Let me read. Keep reading here. Yeah, Frank, did you say Coast Guard Academy string? I don't know. Did he? Sorry. No, I think he's just talking about becoming an officer. Oh, no. He's talking about the officers academy. This comment, I think, is where you heard the word academy. Yeah, he's still in high school looking to hopefully become an officer. Grandparents met as an anesthesiologist. No way. Seriously. Dude, that's cool. That would have been a profession that I would have loved to have gone into after paramedicine, being a paramedic, anesthesiologist or a physician assistant, a PA. Because we did what anesthesiologists did. We just didn't do it in a controlled environment in an operating room. I did it out on the living room floor of somebody's house, putting tubes into their trachea. Airway. Oh, Frank, he went aboard the Star of India. I was curious about this. He went aboard the Star of India tour in downtown San Diego and thought he could be a ratio hornblower. You're familiar with Star of India. Are you from the area, Frank? Sorry. I have taken OCS in account. Yeah. Well, cool. Well, I hope good things for you, no matter what route you take, Strings. I'll be dang. I just met a Filipino man at the Asian market. My wife's from the Philippines. And I met a grandpa, and they happened to know my wife's family in some roundabout way. And so I introduced my wife to them, and they were just talking. And then they asked her, what did she do? She says, I'm a nurse. And he said, oh, I'm a retired anesthesiologist. I went, imagine that. Now you're talking about anesthesiology. Well, how cool. Frank, yeah, I'm having flashbacks of who you are and where you were here before, I'm pretty sure, Frank. Hey everybody, don't leave. Game Parker, stay here. Cynical, are you still there? And who was you just meant? Oh gosh. Oh, you were saying I was honestly thinking about joining the military? How old are you guys? It sounds like you're all like high school, young adult age, at least some of these guys. Josh and Kevin, are you still there? You made one comment about Trump. Don't leave. Somebody type in the at symbol, and then Kevin. Start spelling his name. And if he's still here, his name will pop up and you can click on it. That means he's still here. If it doesn't come up highlighted, then he's gone already. Are you still there, Kevin? That's how you put their name before your comment. Type the @ symbol and then start typing their name. And if they're here, their name will pop up as a highlighted clickable link, and you can click on it, and that will put their name first, and then your comment you can put after it. Or you can type your comment to the person and then put @ in their name, and you can click on it, highlight it, and it'll pop up as a highlighted post after your comment. Oh, you're 16 strings. Oh, he is gone. Okay. Well, that was pretty cool. You guys, like, there was 6, 7, 8 or something. People all of a sudden just appeared out of nowhere, and you guys started commenting. Cool. Oh, what about No Name? Is he still here? Or New Name, I mean, not No Name. And staying off the grid. He was a Christianity hater. Yeah, back to your Tomcat, Strings and Wings. That's such a cool. Funny how I zoomed in on that and I could see the swept wing behind it. And that's the first thing I thought of was, wonder if that's an F-14. And I saw the hangar and the flag in the background. Oh, bummer. You got to go to school tomorrow morning? No problem, Strings. Again, you thank you again for the thumbs up and the subscribe. You'll see me come on. I try my best Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I'll be back on Wednesday and Friday. I've been forgetting and or getting busy lately and not showing up last week, but I think I did Monday and I forgot Wednesday and Friday. Yeah, really cool. Again, pray about it, and if you end up in the military, so be it. If not, so be it. But yeah, either way, it'll be a good experience. I did both the civilian world and military, like I said, later in life, but I did get a chance to experience the military, and I can now say I know where you're coming from when speaking to a military member. Cool. Whereabouts are you, String and Wings? Are you in Florida? Or were you just visiting at that time? My daughter's down there in Florida. I'm up in New Jersey, about 2 hours south of New York City. Originally from San Diego. I made mention of that. You too, Strings. And then life events brought me back here to New Jersey, i.e. my wife. Well, I'm looking for Josh, another Josh. Josh Eisen, or Eason. I think it's Eisen. He's a Army Special Forces veteran. He's in Wisconsin. He should be, unless he's busy. Should be in eventually. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Let's see here. Do I have another little video in the background that I haven't used before? I don't think I do. No, nothing. Other than that countdown timer. Oh, people, stay here. Come in, come in. Who else is there? I saw 5 set of eyeballs there for a second. Come one, come all. You know, when I was a teenager, I was visiting my neighbor, and mom and dad were over at the neighbor's house. I needed to ask them a question or something. I went over there, knocked on the door, screen door, and this strapping grandfather-like gentleman walked up to the screen door. I could see him behind the screen door, and he's kind of looking down on me, and he says, "Can I help you, young man?" And no, sorry. I just walked. He saw me, and he all of a sudden bust into this. Come one, come all, come see Jojo the dog-faced boy. He neither eats, nor sleeps, nor crawls, nor creeps. He's 15 inches across the eyes and smells like a wolf. He's Jojo the dog-faced boy. You know, and to this day, as you can tell, I memorized that. I actually, I went back with a piece of paper and pencil, and I had him say it for me, and I wrote it down as he said it. And I committed it to memory. I thought that was the coolest greeting somebody could, you know, greet you at the front door with. Sounded like he was a circus announcer, Barnum and Bailey, you know. It was awesome. People, stay here. Who's out there? I see 2 sets of eyeballs. Who's in the background there? Come in, come in. Start another conversation. I had a good rush of visitors there a moment ago. Gosh, it's already been 25 minutes of chatting since you all came in. Anybody else? Uh-oh, one person. Who is it? Come in. Stop. Don't swipe. Are you there? Hello, hello? I'm down to 1 set of eyeballs. Who is it? You know, the focus is exceptional tonight. I'm only saying that because I'm always struggling to get the, it's like the perfect focus with this camera. And it says it's 1080p quality, and it looks like it. I can zoom in on that. And yeah, it looks pretty crispy. Come in, guys. Who's that one person? I see a set of eyeballs. Who is it? Who is it? There's one person watching. Are you reluctant to chat out? Who is it? Do I know you? Probably. I've got a stalker. Oh, off the subject, but another subject. I've been kind of tweaking, adjusting, dialing in this trolling motor, spot lock or GPS unit that adapts to pretty much any trolling motor. And I got it, I don't know, what, 5 months ago or somewhere around there. You know, high-speed toy. The price was right. Come in, guys. Come in. I see 2 sets of eyeballs. Don't swipe. Don't. Just stop. Jane. Welcome back, Jane. Mustaka. I remember you. Let's see, Jane. You are the youngster in uh, Iloilo, correct? Up there in Pandan, is that right? Or am I confusing you with somebody? You are like 16 years old, right? No, 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 you're 40. That's what it is. You said 14 last time, and or was that you? No, 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 that's right. No, 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 you're not in, maybe that's where you're from, but you're currently in Indonesia. Is that right? Ah, did I get it right? My memory? You're OFW in Indonesia. You're not 14, but you're 40. And you're from Pandan, Panay. I like to say Pandan Iloilo, but that's not technically correct. Yeah, in Singapore. Sorry, I said Indonesia. Sorry, sorry, sorry. How are you? Kumusta? Kumusta ka na? Well, it's not always good, Gene. I'm seeing so many Filipinos from all over the world, and I get confused, who's from the Philippines, who OFW, what country they're in, what part of the Philippines. No way, Frank. Wait a minute. Did we talk about this already? Oh, so you've been hanging out. Did we talk about like the old stomping grounds? Frank, was that you? Your name sounds awfully familiar. The last part, Afa, isn't correct in my memory, but I know Frank. I know a guy named Frank, and his last name is Frank. Gosh, it's very similar to Afa. Frank, what's his name? Gosh, and he's from San Diego. Yeah, I used to ride my bike as a teenager from Claremont down to Pacific Beach, actually Mission Beach. I'm sorry. Down to, what's that considered? Before Pacific Beach. Is that Mission Beach? Yeah, I guess it is. And then I would make a right. I forget what road it was, but it paralleled I-5 going northbound. Yeah. Okay, that was you. Oh my God, I'm retelling the story, but that route I can do it to this day. Go down Balboa, and then before it turns into Garnett, or right there at the light where it turns into Garnett, I believe it's Garnett or Grand, whatever. I think it's Garnett. You make a right. If you made a left, you go in front of the Hilton Hotel there at Mission Beach. No, not Mission Beach. Uh, what is that hotel right there in the Hilton, right on the bay? Um, Mission Bay. Mission Bay. If you made a left, you'd go to Mission Bay, but you hang a right, and you end up going by there's an old Budweiser beer factory or something like that. Some beer factory down there, right parallel with I-5 going northbound. And then you end up taking some back roads up the hill. It's actually quite a grind, a zigzag. And you end up going in the back entrance to UCSD University. And then that comes out at La Jolla Village Drive, and that turns into the golf course. What's the Torrey Pines Road, or La Jolla Village Drive connects with Torrey Pines Road, and then Torrey Pines down the hill into Solana Beach and Leucadia, Oceanside, etc. Oh, Encinitas. Forgot Encinitas. Solana Beach, Encinitas, Leucadia, and then Oceanside, if I got that correct. Yeah. And then I'd get as far as the guard gate there into Pendleton, and I'd turn around and I'd come back. But then I'd go into Pacific Beach through La Jolla, Pacific Beach, hang a left on Grand, and then eventually it turns into Balboa, back up into Claremont. Yep. Well, thanks again for returning, Frank and Jane. Maraming salamat. That's thank you very much in Tagalog. Maraming salamat. Maraming, and then SAL. I'm typing with this Xbox controller here. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much. Salamat is thank you. Maraming is like extra or emphasis. Very much. So, Jane, when do you go home next? Or when was the last time you went home? Back to the Philippines. Jane is from a part of the Philippines that my wife is from. A different location on the island that my wife lives on, but they speak the same similar dialect. Frank, what are you up to? Are you back there on the West Coast? I forgot. It's only, what, 8:30? I'm sorry, 7:45 there? Cosmo! What's up, brother? Oh, tell me again, where's that character from in your profile, Cosmo? What's up? What's up, Doc? That's what you're supposed to say. Come on. You got to be quick. What's up, Doc? Badoom. Oh, you just found it? It's not a character. Controller, and it went bloop. It went black. Sorry about that. Jane, are you busy? It's 10:47 a.m. That is Aga in Indonesia. Jane, Indonesia, correct? Wait. Singapore. Gosh, I keep saying Indonesia. Singapore, same time as the Philippines. It's 12 hours opposite from the East Coast right now with this before the time change. The heck? Sound like somebody walking behind me. Maybe that's the ice maker. That's what it was. Yeah, so it's 10:48 in the morning in Singapore. Cosmo, where are you again? I'm going to ask you every time. I'm just kind of orienting my audience in the world here, or in the States? Cosmo, let me think. I don't remember. Colorado, Arizona, Utah, of course. You went from Salt Lake City to, wait, from Ogden to Salt Lake? Is that what you told me last time? Was it Ogden to Salt Lake? Or, I know Tooele. Are you familiar with Tooele? Tooele? Yeah, Tooele. No clue. Yeah, I met two Mormon missionaries in Louisiana. Um, you live here and I have a job. And they were returning home from their mission in New Orleans, Louisiana. And I, of course, having a conversation with them. They told me they're from Tooele, Utah. It's a ordnance, military ordnance base in the middle of Utah. Uh, can you share what you do for a job, Cosmo? I'm just creating conversation. Jane, you must be busy. She's like a caretaker, home, what do you call it, in Singapore for a family. You do. Is it self-serve or do you pump the gas? Gotcha. On that note of pumping gas, when I get home from fishing, there's a university, state university right here about 2 miles behind me. Oh, you do? Cool. You do security there, or you do some kind of maintenance or something for them, for the HOA? Anyways, yeah, 2 miles back behind my house is the university, and I just cruise back there, and they have a beautiful um, piece of real estate there on the campus, including this lake. It's an old cranberry bog, new news to me, being from the West Coast. The average depth of this thing is like 2 feet, and that's no lie. It's 2 feet through and through. It's like a bog, but it's got water, so you can float a boat and fish, and they've got some pretty significant, if you didn't already hear me talk about or see some of my videos of the bass out of that thing. Well, anyways, afterwards, it's a routine for me to stop at it's like a gas station on steroids. I mentioned it before. It's called Wawa, and it's like a 7-Eleven on steroids. And it's you order food via a deli, touch screen, and it's huge. I mean, not huge, but it's big, with the full serve gas pumps. And so I'm always pulling my SUV and trailer around the pumps, and then parking along the curb, on the out of sight, out of mind place back there, so I can keep the car running, run inside and get my stuff, and then talk with the attendants. One guy is always out at the curb having a cigarette while he takes a quick break, and then he walks back and yo yop. Oh, answering emails and stuff. Gotcha. And I'm sorry. Yeah, I grew up with 7-Elevens, and I thought everybody had 7-Elevens, which actually New Jersey still has a few in existence around, but they're the exception. The rule around here is Wawa. Never heard such a place before I came back here 14 years ago, whatever. And it's a American Indian, a Native American name for, I believe, the Canadian geese, because that's the symbol of the store, is the geese flying. And that's the sound a geese makes, as it flies over. Wah, 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 wah. And that's the only association I can make with the name of the place. But anyway, so Wawa is a full serve gas station, that has like how many pumps to an island? About 3 or 4. Say 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they got 12 pumps. 12 or 15. All underneath a giant roof awning. It's like 30 feet high, or however high that thing is, 20 feet. And then separate from that is the store, the Wawa store. And it's just 7-Eleven, but huge. And it's got touch screen, 1, 2, 3, 4 touch screens, deli. You just place your order, go about, pay for it, either at the self-serve or the register. And you get your ticket, you hold on to it till they call your number. I mean, it's incredible. I wonder why they don't expand to the West Coast. It would go viral. Oh, Wawa, so southern thing. No, I don't see it down in the south. It's up here in the Northeast, specifically. Now it's down in Florida. When my daughter went down there, she missed Wawa, she used to tell me, and all of a sudden I got a messenger message, and she's like, "Dad, they got a Wawa down here in Florida." And I went, "No way." She's like, "Way, right down from my house." I went, "Oh my gosh." She says, "Yeah, it's a hit. Everybody's going there." I said, "I would imagine." Oh, it would. Wawa would take over the country. It's not so much groceries, but it's that expensive as any other gas station stop is. But it's got all the amenities, that you would need if you needed something. They'd have a little bit of everything. But they're known for their coffees, their coffee bar. They've got Cuban, dark roast, medium, mild, flavored, holiday, if it's a Thanksgiving or a Christmas, blend. And they've got like 8 coffee canisters, that are all lined up. And you go and you make your own. You pour the coffee and then go behind you and you put all your... They've got light cream, heavy cream, milk, light milk, skim milk, flavors, etc. They got regular sugar, brown sugar, Splenda, pink, green, blue, whatever. Cups, tops, stirs, flavors, sprinkles. Wait, what? It is better than Starbucks. Starbucks kind of, all due respect, I've been to Starbucks all over the world, Philippines and the United States in particular. And as you know, they're good to go. They got good food and they got good coffee, but it's not a Wawa. Wawa, yeah, definitely outdoes Starbucks. Oh, Cosmo. Sprinkles, yeah, I know. Sometimes they might have sprinkles, but they've got the shaker cinnamon and the chocolate and all that stuff. But he's also an old retired man. Wait, Cosmo. Sorry, I got to back up here. Last week, here was this guy. Sorry, Cosmo. I'm going to read your post here. And he decided to file a complaint. This is shop talk for Cosmo about the swimming pool. He lives right by because it says it's too loud. Like, come on, you choose to live there, buddy. I have a problem to deal with this BS. Well, yeah, we deal with this as homeowners too. Like the neighbor. I feel bad for the neighbor, young couple. but they were fortunate enough to buy this old home from a retired couple who have since either died or moved away, both of those. And their neighbor, which is, I kind of live in a four-house little cul-de-sac. It's very spread out, thank God. Lots of space between us all. And actually five houses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses. And the one corner house likes to have their parties, and they're really loud. I mean, even where I'm at, I can feel their bass thumping through my walls, even though they're 100 yards or more away from me. And the poor kids, that younger couple, they're in their 30s. The house next to them is like butted right up against their fence, and they're like night shifters, so they're like sleeping during the day, and these guys are having a full-blown party with speakers and kids and swimming pool and the whole 9 yards. And so they retaliated. Instead of going over there and just, I've done it before, knock, 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 hey guys, we're day sleepers, can you turn the music down a bit? Been there, done that, and it works usually. And instead of doing that, they decided to retaliate and put speakers of their own outside and faced it towards the house and cranked it full volume. And I'm in here watching TV and I'm going, what in the world is going on out there? And I thought, if that's the corner house, they're going way overboard. So I, of course, as a homeowner, I go outside to the front and I'm looking diagonally through the woods, and I can tell the music isn't coming from the young kid's house. It's coming from the other house. And I went, uh-oh. I'm sorry, opposite. The music isn't coming from the party house. The music's coming from the young kid's house. And I thought, oh no, this isn't good. That isn't the way to handle this problem. So I went over to the young couple's house, and they knew me by name. They're like, Mr. Gary. And I went, what are you doing? And the lady said, the girl's like, I'm sorry. And then she tells me the story, and I said, well, have you gone over there and talked to him? And they're like, no. And I went, you might think about that, because now your music is affecting the whole circle. And she apologized, and she said, I don't know what to do. And I said, well, that usually works. And she was all, of course, been out of shape, because it wasn't the first time they've done it, and yada, yada, yada. So it doesn't just happen in HOAs. Yeah. Oh, back to UYAP and Cosmo. Yeah, as far as why they don't expand, I don't know the business part of that end of it, but I ask people all the time, why doesn't Wawa, send an email or whatever they got to do to, expand? They don't want to go there, or is it make it a franchise? I don't know. Franchises may not be the best, because then you got private people representing your product, and they're not always doing the best. And you gotta kind of babysit them. But anyways, whatever they do, I always wonder, why don't they expand? Like in the South, you mentioned before, it sounded like a in the South thing. The Waffle House is a South thing. Georgia, Tennessee, I don't know if they're in Texas, Florida, Georgia, Carolinas, Virginia. There isn't a Waffle House, I don't believe, here in New Jersey. I'm probably wrong, but I've never seen one. But as soon as you go south, I don't know if they have one in Delaware, but Virginia, um, Georgia. I'm sorry, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. I just did the route, and there's Waffle Houses all up and down I-95 going down to Florida. Those are pretty cool. I think it's kind of like a nostalgic thing to stop in a Waffle House. Fun to watch them make their meals, and they actually have a vocabulary that's specific to their company. You can look it up online. Look up Waffle House vocabulary, and they use terms like smothered, capped, smothered as onions, like smothered onions, capped or capped mushrooms. What is it? Covered is cheese on top of your whatever. So if you want it smothered and covered, that's smothered in, wait, smothered and covered. What's covered? Smothered onions. That's onions and cheese, sorry. Smothered and covered. Smothered, covered, and capped. That's onions, cheese, and mushrooms. Yeah, yeah, less quality control. Yeah, you're representing a name, and that's kind of you're letting the leash out. That's like Subway sandwiches. They franchise those out, and gosh, they closed down around here. I don't know what happened. It was almost like it wasn't the pandemic. It was before that. These franchises just started closing. I don't know if it was the rent or maybe uh, got Starbucks stuck in my head. Subway, maybe they inspected them. That could be, and they closed them down because of it or something. Oh, Cosmo. Later, dude. Yeah, there is one in New Jersey. Yeah, I've never seen one. Oh, in Middletown, you looked it up for me? Cool. In Middletown, Delaware. Yeah, look up Waffle House in New Jersey for me. I don't think so. Like I said, if there is, I don't know about it. And look up Pennsylvania, going a little bit further north, but closest one is Delaware. Yeah, I just did the 16-hour drive. Well, I didn't do it in one day, thank God. Won't do that, 8 hours a day is too much, really, for me. But I did that, and I ended up staying at truck stops and or sleeping in my car along the way, and that was pretty brutal. Oh, there is a bunch in Pennsylvania. Ah, hmm. How about New York or Maryland? I forgot about Maryland. Duh. My sister-in-law lives in Maryland, but I don't. Actually, it's an SUV, a Lexus SUV. It's on its last leg. Well, as far as the basic of all things to put a car out of service is the suspension. I'm chasing it's becoming a rattle can, and yet I take it to all the people around town, and they're like refusing to work on it, or they give me the story, oh, everything's tight, and I'm like, really? Drive it. You're saying everything's tight? What in the heck? Anyways, so it's a 2008 thing's 16 years old now. But the engine's still good to go. And it's just the old suspension, kind of hard to keep up with. Oh yeah, a bunch in Maryland. Yeah, I drive like I said, that like it was my wife's SUV, and then she got into another more luxury sedan, a Lexus again, and then I just had Mrs. Alexa light up over there because I'm saying Lexus. Anyways, and so I inherited the RX 350, and I tow my little cheap, I don't know, Chinese trailer, two-wheel trailer, utility trailer, and have my kayak on it. It's like my dedicated kayak trailer, big 14-foot tandem. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. She's got almost 200,000 miles on it. I think I'm at 190 right now, and which is actually pretty good for 2008. There we go. Oh my gosh, as far as water around New Jersey, it's everywhere. Freshwater, well, of course, the beach is 10 miles that way. Atlantic coast, the boardwalk, Trump Plaza, etc., Borgata, all that is right down there in Atlantic City. But as far as freshwater, freshwater's everywhere around here. It's very shallow, which is the norm. There are some deep holes, but historically, everything around here is 3 feet or less, or thereabouts. Okay, there are places that are 12 feet deep. There's a couple of lakes, that do have some depths to it. But even for a lake, this one lake in particular I'm talking about, I saw the depth chart, and the deepest there is like 12 feet. And, and you have lakes around the United States where 12 feet is shallow. But anyways, talking more like 3, 4, 5 feet is a deep body of a deep lake around here. Yeah, so yeah, as you know, as a flat bottom sit on top kayak, and I'm not a recreational, sit in kayak. This is a fishing sit on top with chairs, bolted onto the deck, and relatively stable, or really stable when it comes to this 14-footer that I'm paddling and motoring around. So I do-it-yourself modified it for fishing, and they've got better craft out there for fishing now, but I ended up getting it about 4 years ago and just do-it-yourselfed it into what I created today, and it's good to go. I'm pretty much done. And yeah, that's a pool. Exactly. We're talking a lake-sized body of water, a mile long. Okay, this one's not a mile. It's about half a mile. And, a quarter mile wide, not even a quarter mile, maybe even, yeah, about a quarter mile wide. That big of a body of water that is 3 feet deep. The entire thing. 12 inches at one end. And with the bottom marsh bog, it's 8 feet at the dam. But the average depth around the whole thing is 2.5 feet. I was out today. No, I mowed the lawn today. I was out yesterday. I've been all over that, and I think I've covered almost every part of that body of water. And but in a kayak, yeah, you can go in 6 inches of water, and you can get out. and walk and tow and rope the thing, through even shallower. Yeah, that's was my whole uh, intention of getting the kayak, was to save money, because I didn't want to drop $4,000 into a kayak, including a trolling motor with GPS, spot lock. They're upwards of $4,000 or $5,000. So my vision was not only for me, but to get my wife out there, and or my son, and do the recreational, routine with it. Well, that really didn't come to fruition. That is, the wife and the child. It did at the beginning, but I'm in it 99+% of the time by myself, and therefore it became since I didn't have my vehicle anymore to play with and race around the motorsports parks, you end up taking on something else, whether it's your house or your yard, or in this case, my kayak, as something to play with and build. So next thing you know, I'm, doing the Amazon and the websites and the forums and the Facebook, and I got into that. And you make your mistakes and purchase things that don't work, and then you go out with it and realize there's something even better that you didn't know about, because you're a newbie into the circle. So now I'm knocking on wood as I say this. I'm pretty much done with. There's really nothing else that I can do. If I'm going to do anything else, I would sell it and get a more upgraded, more current version of a bass fishing kayak or fishing kayak, period. But meanwhile, I've got one of the largest sized kayaks that they make, 14 foot, and it's a tandem, so it's made for two people, but I'm in it 99+% of the time, so it's extra stable. And if I didn't have all the pedal, and I'm calling it a oh heck, what's the name of the divisions in a ship's hull? Oh my, bulkhead. If it didn't have this, I'm calling it a bulkhead, but it's just a plastic partition that separates the front seat from the back seat. Technically, it's a bulkhead. So if I didn't have to step across the bulkhead and the pedal drive and, the other obstacles that I have in there, my fishing tackle and my camera case and yada, 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 I can still do that from front to back, relatively stable, using my hands, for balance. And then to maintenance the trolling motor, which I have up in the front pedal slot. So you wonder, so how do you operate the trolling motor if you're in the back and it's up front, about 8 feet away, And so I had to figure out, how to manage that. So I used my climbing background and mountaineering background and devised a 3-to-1 Z pulley system to, raise and lower the trolling motor from the rear. And now I've got the high-speed GPS spot lock device that attaches to the trolling motor, your standard $100 trolling motor, and turns it into a spot lock trolling motor. So with a key fob, or here, I'm going to reach right back here and get it, show you. You can control the trolling motor with this, forward, reverse, right, left. Anchor, that's the spot lock. Navigation, where it actually, you take a heading to the direction you want to go. Just point the bow at, some obstacle in the distance. You get a bearing on something and then hit that navigate button, and it'll just lock the bow on what you locked on. So if the wind starts blowing you to the right, it'll correct itself and blow you right back and get you. And it's constantly following this waypoint. So that's pretty cool. You just don't forget to turn it off. And then on off, and then the other one is a cruise mode where it's got like 10 speed settings. It locks on speed 3 and just it's a trolling mode, and it just kind of crawls you along, I'm trying to use the appropriate nautical vocabulary. Lock on a waypoint and then hit your cruise mode, and it'll just troll you along that line. Like if you just want to troll the shore, the tules on the shoreline, then you just set that. You're pretty good to go. Batman, you're back. So yeah, I got the trolling motor, the pedals, which came with it, but I've upgraded that since then, and in a paddle. So you got 3 things to fall back on. The trolling motor takes a dump, or the battery drains, or something. Then you've got your pedals, and if pedals crap out on you, then you got your paddle. So you got a redundant system. And then I recently installed a fish finder finally, and a separate battery for that. And although those are kind of overrated, if you ask me, for what I use it for, I don't rely on that fish finder hardly ever. I use it for water temperature and depth more than anything. And then again, if you've already looked at a depth chart before you went out there, you got that with you or on your phone. You can find what depth you're in just based on the chart you're looking at. Although you can bring up charts on the fish finder as well, and I'm yet to even program it with that or spend the money. It's like, why spend the money for a fishing chart for your fish finder when you've got a phone in your hand or hanging off your neck or in your pocket or wherever? You just bring that up and find out where you are. Batmom, I always think about you because of your interest in some of the subjects we've talked about. And I wasn't here Friday. I don't think I was here Wednesday or Friday last week. No excuse, just either neglected to or forgot about or all of the above. And yeah, Friday night I was supposed to play the Reform is Unanimous video, and I thought about you. But the busyness and the stress from the court appearance that I mentioned before. I think were you here when I was talking to Josh about that? That is done with. Oh my gosh, thank God. Yeah, let me know. Did I share with you? Were you able to hear my story and how that's been weighing on me for almost 2 years? This December, the end of December, would have been 2 years for this fiasco. It's actually, I thought, kind of a minor event, and it turned into a full-blown stress. Yeah. Okay. You did. All right. So yeah, that part's done. And I would be lying if I said I didn't think about something about that. If something about that doesn't pop into my head, like today, I think I was mowing the lawn and I thinking about, so I thought, Gary, you're done with that. Why does this keep popping back into your head? But otherwise, I'm not stressed out about that anymore. I think I talked about my racing eye developments. Well, I've been keeping an eye on that. Ba-doom, psh. No, and I actually got to see them tomorrow at 4 as a follow-up appointment. And he's going to probably dilate my right eye and look into it and tell me how everything has healed up. And I get to talk to him about this floater, that is like permanent now in my vision, and ask him if there's anything he can do about that. Because it's kind of big, and I can see it right now as I'm talking, looking at this white TV screen. And I was taking a walk tonight by myself just around the block, and I was looking up at the lamps, the street lamps at night, and I noticed my right eye is blurry, kind of had that blurry halo around the light. And then I looked at my left eye, and my left eye's clear. So I'm going to tell him, I'm a little blurry with that floater still there. Otherwise, the flashing of lights has subsided significantly. I can still see it a little bit at night tonight when I was racing my eyes back and forth fast on purpose to see if I could replicate it. And it's still there, just a tidbit, just little itty bitty spots of light, kind of blip, 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 back and forth, up and down. So yeah, you were telling me about your shooting stars. I do. Yeah, actually, it's astigmatism is the whole word with the A. Not astigmatism, but do you have an astigmatism? It'd be A-N, and then A-S-T-I-G. But I understand. I do in my right eye. As a matter of fact, the same eye is the eye that I have that. Now, an astigmatism is different than, you'd have to do a Google on that one. I think it's the curvature of your lens that causes that sight issue. And it's different. It takes a different correction for an astigmatism than for a normal I forget what causes you to lose your vision, your acuity. But my right eye is a different correction than my left eye, and I don't mean as far as strength. It's a totally different issue. So they kind of favor one eye, I believe the left eye. That's always been my good eye ever since I was growing up. I didn't know I had this astigmatism when I was a teenager. More than likely I had it when I was 13 years old and never got it corrected. But later I got diagnosed with it. And so when they give me corrective lenses, either glasses or contacts like I'm wearing now, one lens, my left eye, the good eye, is corrected for my standard vision, to try to get it back to 20/20. But the right eye, they're trying to do that for the right eye as well, but it's a different, you can't use the same correction from my left eye as you can from my right eye. So anyway, I'm kind of beating the bush here. So they do their best for the one eye, and then they do the best for the left eye, but they're different corrections. And if I try to compare, they're different. I can see well. I think it's distance better for my left eye because that's the way it's corrected. But my right eye is more for up close. So I'm kind of like, and they can't correct the astigmatism with the same lens. And so it's like I got two different lenses, and that's what makes them expensive. Yeah. Yeah, you'll say, oh, I have a astigmatism too, but I know there's a difference between every once in a while. My eyes will start feeling like you do. When you stare at the sun for too long, it goes really bright. Then I will see something that reminds me of what a wormhole tunnel looks like. But it's shimmery, very strange. Well, that's another, you'll have to look at. I don't believe laser surgery doesn't correct an astigmatism. Don't quote me on that. But I've asked about that, and I believe I can do LASIK surgery for my left eye, but my right eye, that doesn't correct the astigmatism, if I'm remembering correctly. But I'm not worried about it. I just stick with glasses, which I haven't a pair right now that is all in one piece. The lens falls out of it if I move too quickly. But they do work when I need to have those. But meanwhile, I'm just using my contact lenses pretty much all day. Time I wake up till time I go to bed. And if I'm at my bed and I don't want to get up and go in the bathroom and put my contacts in, I'll grab my glasses and just put those on so that I can take care of whatever it is I need to see there at the bedside. This cover that I have on, if you ever experienced this, but it's funny how these subjects will take me off down a rabbit hole. Driving at night is horrible. It's okay if there's no car lights, but once a car drives by, I'm screwed. I go blind for a split second. Glasses point so far. Well, wait a minute. Are you staring at the headlight as they're coming at you? That's probably why you're going blind. No. Look to your right. I mean, you know this. Come on. Look to your right at the line down at the road on your right side, on the right shoulder, and use that white line as your navigator until the car passes, and then look back. Don't look at the headlights, for God's sakes. That'll blow anybody's vision. It gives you spots. Oh, you do? And even that will screw you up? Yeah, I told you, did I tell you let's see, you know how stinking bright these new cars are? I know. True. But if they're adjusted correctly, they should be okay. My wife's car is incredible. I mean, it's so brilliant. I'm like, wow, man, this is cool. But if you're in an SUV or some truck and he's up in the air, I know what you're talking about. But if they're adjusted correctly, they're pretty high speed, at least my own opinion, as far as not blinding you. Still giving you the ability to see like you've never seen before, but not blinding the guy next to you. But I know what you're talking about. So anyhow, I was going to say about how one story led into another. That was my memory. I think I shared with you before, of one of my last memories before I woke up in the hospital was bright lights coming at my face, and I looked to the right. But in this case, I looked into the racing mirror that I had in my little Datsun 310 hatchback. And that was, the rest is history after that. I woke up in the hospital. But, then I thought about it. What in the world was headlights coming at my face while you're on the interstate? It's like, what? And then it all made sense when they told me what happened. It's like, that was that truck that was coming across in front of my car. That drunk driver losing control of his F100. And the street lights at night. Well, you mentioned before you had some type of head injury, right? In the past, and you never really got like seen about it or diagnosed with anything. I mean, you have 2008 Kia. Oh, you're down, way down low. You know what? That is exactly what I have. I have a 2008, not Kia, a Lexus SUV, the RX 350, and the lights are so dim, I have to use my brights. I do it all the time. I did it last night. I compare it to the lights today, and I'm like, oh my gosh, is this the way it was? And we just didn't know any better back in 2008. But at the same time, I believe my right headlight is out of alignment, even though it has that automatic, adjustment when you turn it on. The right is out of adjustment, and I've tried to look at the adjustment screw a few times, and it's a disassembly process. I have to take a lot of stuff out just to get to it. And I've taken it to Lexus and told them about it, and they give it back to me saying they addressed it. It's still not fixed. The right headlight stares out in the woods and illuminates the trees off to the right. And I can tell, it's like, no, it's not fixed. The right headlight's staring off to the right. Where my left one, I can see it. It's kind of just a little bit off center, out in front. But the right one's illuminating the trees off to the right. So anyways, I'm thinking if I get that corrected, I'm hoping that my visibility will improve. But like you said, it's nothing compared to the lights today. Yeah, you said your ex was big on choking me until I pass out, and they pistol whipped me in the head. Oh my gosh. Well, speaking of being lucky you're alive, or blessed that you're still alive. Sounds like a YouTube video I watched, or too many of those YouTube videos. I don't know why I either watched one too many or subscribed to somebody's channel that now I'm getting that one channel that shows interrogations of serial killers or murderers or whatever the crime is, and they've got recorded, videos of the interrogations. And yeah, your story is kind of reminding me of some of the horrendous stuff that I've been watching or hearing about. Well, you're still here. That's good. And in Batmom, you said you're in California. Are you in the Sierras? I think you alluded to where you were, up there near Tahoe, or somewhere on the east side, or are you on the west side of the Sierras? And my headlights are foggy too. They're that look like somebody's put a sandpaper to the front of them. Oh, you're in Reno. Okay. We had, gosh, for the life of me, let me think of the name of we had quarters, I say we, when I worked as a flight paramedic. Um, we had quarters down in um El Centro, California, which is down there near the bottom, on the border of Arizona, California, and Mexicali, where the Naval Air Station is down there. And then up further in Blythe, familiar with Blythe? I'm sure you are. Out in the middle of Death somewhere, Death Valley, on the border of California and Nevada. Yeah, I used to work up in Blythe as well. Do my however many hour drive, 5, 6 hour drive from San Diego to Blythe. Um, yeah, in the middle of Devil's Land, as far as the heat and the scenery. And then the temperatures out there were horrendous. Yeah. And but Reno is a little further north. Maybe a lot further north, but same direction, same line there along the California-Nevada border there. Does what highway is that? That is it 120? What highway is it that connects Tahoe to? How do you get from Tahoe to Reno? I forget. I'd have to look at the map, but that was my stomping grounds. Las Vegas was horrible. They get above 50. 110. Yeah. Reno, Weir Mountains, snow. Yeah. Yeah, 580. That's the offshoot of 80, correct? That's the route that goes east-west. 395 is now I-15, but 395 still there. Yeah, you said you work in Tahoe. I told you my story about getting a job there at Harrah's and then never reporting. How far of a drive is that? Do you live in Tahoe? Do you make the commute? When you work, do you live there? Or I'm thinking Reno's quite a drive from Tahoe. How far is it? 2 hours or less? It's been so long, I forget. Yeah, it goes from 80 to past Susanville. Yeah, we talked about that. It's 395. Oh, Tahoe's an hour. Gotcha. I used to live in the state line. Gosh, see, man, been there, drove that. Um, I used to live in a beautiful part of California. Well, there's a lot of beautiful parts of California. But I discovered the motto for the town is the land of four seasons. I don't know if you've ever heard of Tehachapi. And I discovered it through life events when I got a job in Central California, up in Delano, California, 30 miles north of Bakersfield. And it was a job availability that, I needed a job like yesterday. And this came up and offered to me, and I snatched it. So I was trying to figure out, where do I live? And I found Tehachapi up at 4,300 feet or 4,000 something. So I was just about above snow line, and it was God's country up there. Just beautiful. The wind farms get really windy and blustery, during the fall and the winter, but otherwise it was just, you know, while it was 100 degrees down in Bakersfield, it's 78, 80 degrees up in Tehachapi, with just a nice breeze, and it was just beautiful up there. And I actually, my wife that I'm married to now, I brought her from New Jersey, and when I asked her to marry me, and we lived there for a short stint before we moved down into Bakersfield. Don't ask. And then when she moved out from New Jersey, I found her a job in Bakersfield as a nurse at the hospital, one of the hospitals. So she worked there while I drove 30 miles further north. Speaking of an hour, it took me about just over an hour, 70 miles from Tehachapi to Delano. And yeah, it was about an hour and plus to get to work. But I lived there. So I would live there in an apartment for a day or two. And so I didn't have to do the drive, every day. Although I did do that. And then after my shifts were over, I would drive back. And that worked out pretty well. But the Tehachapi thing, even though it was nice for me, it wasn't nice for her for whatever reason. And she wanted to go back to New Jersey. And I thought, no, there's San Diego, there's California. Why do you want to move back to New Jersey? Well, it was family. And eventually, as you can see, here I am. So the squeaky wheel got the grease. So, sorry, Bat Mom, you shared with me before. How many children do you have? I think you had a gaggle of children, no? How many children do you have? 6? I forget, but I think that's what it was. Yo Yap, are you still there? Yo Yap and Cosmo. Oh, I think no, Cosmo had to take off. Body is definitely worn down. I want to grow my business. Hire employees, but I'm so tired. Gotcha. Wow, that's not easy. 4 kids. Okay. Sorry, I said 6. I don't know why. Aw. Well, welcome to the grandpa grandma. Welcome to being a grandma. My daughter made me a grandfather 12 years ago. It feels like you have 6. Yeah, cleaning rentals doesn't sound easy. Not at all. That can get literally backbreaking. Yeah, especially, too bad you can't, like you said, be a manager, with some employees and let them do the backbreaking work. Take a break from that. My wife did just that. She was a nurse for 20 years or something like that, and she got burnt out on the whole, routine, whatever it is, all of the above. And now she was offered a position related to the hospital still, but it's computer work. And she works both at the office and down in my basement. And she does 2 days out of the week, thereabouts, from home. So it was definitely a blessing for her to, and, you know, $13,000 rate per year raise. So, cha-ching. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I'm reading your. Well, like you said, it takes motivation, definitely, just to get or to find the right person. You know, here, I've talked the Word of God here, as you know, in my live stream before, but here's just a suggestion, and don't ever, never rule out help, where and how. And one way, when I was going through my chapters of life, the not so good chapters of life, I was put in a position where I started thinking like I had never thought before, as far as, how do I help myself? How do I get myself out of this position? How do I improve, et cetera, et cetera? What's my next step going to be? I'm sure you've been there, done that too many times. And I ended up reaching out to whomever I could reach out to. And church came onto my radar. And this was before I even studied the Word of God. But it came into my thinking. It's like, wait a minute, you got a group of people that are just people like you and me, and there is a smorgasbord of talent in a group of people. Any group of people. You get 100 people, and you ask them all, what do you do for a living? They're not all going to say the same thing. And so I realized, you know what? I'm going to go to a church. Thank you, girl. In the mirror. I'm going to go into a church. And it wasn't a Christian church. It was a Mormon church. And it just so happened to be there. And I decided I'm going to go in there and I'm going to attend their service, not knowing Peter from Paul. Never been there before. And I'm going to not only attend the service, but I'm going to reach out to whoever the pastor is. I think that's what they call him. And, introduce myself and tell them, here's who I am and what I'm looking for. And at the time I was looking for a place to stay instead of my truck. And I only needed it for 2 weeks. And that's, as I said earlier, I was looking and thinking things that I had never, been in that position to think or look at, such as, where am I gonna stay tonight? Where am I gonna park my car? It's gonna be out of sight, out of mind. Or, I wonder what that abandoned building is over there. And I'm like trying the door handles on places to see if the door survival on doors to see if the room was open. And I came across opportunities to get a roof over my head just for the night, incognito, in some abandoned building. It was actually somebody's property, but it was abandoned, apparently, I hope. And I'm going to just use it for the night with my sleeping bag and my headlamp, and sleep overnight, and then get back and then make the walk back to the corner and get back in my car and disappear. Been there, done that. So instead of doing that, I was like, there's got to be something better, safer way. So I went into that church, and afterwards, I went up to the people in charge and I introduced myself. I said, I know you don't know me, but here's me. It's like I had my military ID from the recent past, and so I'm trying to make them, comfortable with at least, meeting me for the very first time. And I'm working with, and I gave the name of the establishment, and they knew it, and so on. And I said, I just need 2 weeks. I'm getting somewhere with this story, by the way. And they're like, huh. And they all looked at each other and said, well, we have a piece of property at this ranch, and the owner is going to be renting it out, but it's not for rent right now, and it's available. And how much time do you need? And I said, 2 weeks. I said, I'll get my first paycheck in 2 weeks. And they're like, well, it's a 3-bedroom house. It's more than what you're looking for. And I said, I just need a room with a flat floor. I said, don't worry about me. I've got my Insulite pad, my sleeping bag, I got my cooler, and my beach chair. I'm good to go. I just need to camp out for 2 weeks. So they gave me this 3-bedroom house, ranch house, on like 5 acres of tilled land, no crops growing. And there this house sat, and there I was with my car pulled up the driveway and a key. Oh, and the refrigerator, they turned on the electricity for me. Refrigerator was working, microwaves working, electricity's on in the house. Yes, he did. And they gave it to me for free. And I was like, cha-ching. This is incredible. And I lived, no worries, comfortable, a few aches and pains from the hard floor. At least it was carpeted. And then I got my first paycheck, and I headed up to Tehachapi. I went into a corporate apartment complex, all furniture and utensils, dishes, and silverware. And although it wasn't supposed to be rented to just normal people, but the manager took a liking to me, this lady, and she's like, and I told her, I have nothing except what's in my truck. Oh, I'll take care of you. There'll be a bed, and I'll give you dishes, and I'll take some silverware out of this other unit that I'm not using. We'll get you set up. So my point behind this whole story is, you might even consider just going to a church. Use your resources, something that doesn't take a whole lot of effort, and just go into the pastor's office and do like what I did and say, here's who I am, and this is what I do. But my vision is, and, do something, write something out so at least it looks like you have a plan, and say, this is what I want to do. Is there anybody in your church that might be able to give me a hand, give me some suggestions? And you know what? You never know. There might just be somebody that's like, you know what? I am doing that exact thing right now for somebody, or that's what I do. And they'll take the ball and run with it for you. And I'm not a manager. I've never really worked in that capacity before, but I decided to put together a reunion. I was in the rock climbing circles for 30 years. I know I'm bouncing around with my thoughts here, and I was on a forum, a rock climbing forum online, rockclimbing.com, as a matter of fact. They're no longer, but they were. And through a forum I was participating in, somebody mentioned, doing a reunion in my neck of the woods in Southern California. And I was going to participate. I was going to attend it. But then the person that was coordinating it dropped out. And one thing led to another. And I'm like, I'll do it. Never done this before, but yeah, I'll run with this. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm gonna try. And next thing you know, I had people coming out of the woodwork, emailing me, saying, Gary, I've done reunions before. I did the social media, I did the video part of a reunion. I have my own equipment and I can put on a video presentation for you. And I thought, oh my gosh, never thought of that. Really? Yeah, we'll get a you said I already mentioned I had already contacted somebody, some prominent climber. And he's like, well, you said so-and-so is going to be in town, correct? I said, yeah. He says, give me their contact. I'll email you. Give me their contact number. And next thing you know, they're going to have him as the speaker at this video presentation at a rock climbing gym, totally separate from this reunion location that I was going to have the reunion at. And then I get somebody else emailing me saying, hey, this is so-and-so. I've done this before. And next thing you know, I started a checklist of things and ideas. And they had these people just checking off my boxes for me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't even have to do any of this. They're just doing it for me. And I became a manager. And that's what I did. I had the thoughts. And then I would look at the list of people that were helping me, and I would contact them and say, hey, can you do, or do you know anybody? And next thing, it was like a network. And I thought, oh my gosh. And I ended up putting together a reunion, like 125 people. No, actually, I think I had like 150 people on the list, about 75, about half of them showed up. But I had 75 people show up on this mountain at this rock climbing reunion. And then we went to a rock climbing gym before the reunion and had a video presentation that turned out unbelievable. Oh, and then somebody had the reception or the food and gathering afterwards in the evening at this person's house out on a beautiful ranch out in the middle of these orange orchards. And I they had I had a photographer there who came from Utah. Yeah, I'll drive out and shoot that for you. I didn't pay anything. He's just like, he volunteered his efforts. I had a pro photographer. I got one of his photos in my bedroom right now on my wall. A pro climbing photographer came out and shot the whole event. And he had a photo booth set up at the ranch in the evening for people to come in and just donate, whatever they wanted to donate to have their picture taken, and then have their, photos they could purchase for a small price, their photo. And then a guy from the military ended up donating equipment, hundreds, thousands, actually, of dollars of equipment that I did a raffle with at the end. Yeah, so anyhow, my point is, look what I accomplished, and I didn't even know what I was doing, and I really didn't need to know. The other people knew what they were doing, and I just became the organizer, and I checked off boxes. I did do some footwork, but it was amazing how it came out, all because of the help that I received. Engineer Ibrahim, welcome back. Yeah, sorry, I'm going to read a little more of your comments here. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, your background may be kind of getting in your way, of what's out there. I remember, and this isn't bragging, but just talking about what we're talking about. I was in Louisiana, going through some hard times. I already mentioned, this wacko. I don't know if you heard my my beginnings of my chapters. I've been telling Josh about the crazy lady in New Orleans, Louisiana. But during that time, I remember again using a church because I didn't have money to buy any food for the day because I was in between unemployment paychecks or something. And I decided to just be somebody in need, and went to a church and ran into the pastor and said, "I know you don't know me. If you got $5, I could buy something at Burger King. That would be great." He said, "Are you serious?" And I went, "Yes." And he ended up giving me $10, and I went to Burger King and ended up buying a big meal. I couldn't believe I was going to be the one to do that, and I paramedic, I picked up people and dealt with human, the down and out to the wealthy and rich. And there I was, putting my pride in my back pocket, asking a pastor for $5 to get something to eat at Burger King. But it worked, and I felt this big, but thank you, engineer. Maraming salamat. I think you're Filipino. Oh, no. I'm a retired or former Navy corpsman or medic. No, Ibrahim, you told me before you're in Afghanistan or Pakistan? Yeah, pride is, big time. Yeah, here, it's always a pain. I'm rereading some of your comments. You were posting while I was. Oh yeah, I read that one. Yeah, I would have wondered what they wanted in return. Yeah. And along with that, you said, that you put everything together when you didn't think you could. It wasn't all, smooth. I had, I was online in this forum while I was doing this, so I was updating them as much as I could. I was getting kind of excited and probably overly, animated about the whole event. So I started getting visions of things happening that other people didn't agree with, and especially the old timers, that had a little more history or a lot more history in the sport than I did. And who was I to tread on their hallowed grounds? So I met that resistance, and like I said, your name does end up on the bathroom wall, no matter how good of a supervisor you are. And I had people emailing me and saying, "Oh, don't worry about those people, that comes with the territory." And so it was, I was getting pulled from both sides, and realized that just comes with, being the boss. And I understood that, and it didn't work. It didn't bother me anymore. Tried to keep everybody happy. But it turned out really cool, and it wasn't because of me. It was those people They just needed somebody to take the reins, and it just happened to be me. And when I did, then they all just converged on me and said, "Hey, you know, I had a guy who was a paraplegic or quad climber, ex-climber. Actually, he still climbed. I got photos of him somewhere, and they drove him up on the mountain. There's an access road that goes up the mountain, a paved access road, and they brought him up there in his wheelchair, and he hung out, and people reunited. He was one of the. He was one of the. It was like the first quadriplegic to scale El Cap in Yosemite Valley. You can relate to this. You know the area. You may even heard about it on the news. They actually, hauled this guy, but he did the upper body work using these special ascenders that they created, where he could actually just move the mechanism and it would move him up the rope. Well, he was there on the mountain, and everybody came and to greet him and shake his hand, and we had young climbers as well as old timer climbers, and it's pretty cool. Turned out to be I was beyond what I even I was like, whoa, where did this come from? Oh yeah, we decided to do this and this. I hope you don't mind. I'm like, oh, this looks pretty cool to me. And I ended up being like the gopher I had a vehicle, actually drove my own vehicle from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain, and I made little runs to help people, to ferry people or climbers that helped me. I needed extra hands up and down the mountain, and so I would run up there. I'd had contact with them, had their cell phone number, and they'd call me, and I'd run up there and get them and drive them down the mountain or whatever. Turned out good. Do you remember that? Yeah, he was on the mountain with me. And of course all these old timers, they know him like, he was a prominent climber in Yosemite that ended up in a whatever accident that he, that severed his spinal cord or whatever. Yeah, where in the heck is that? Let me see here. I got photos from let's see here. Did I even have photos taken? No, these aren't photos of that. How ironic, though. I don't think I ever remember photos other than that pro photographer being there. His name was matter of fact, speaking of Utah, there was somebody in here from Utah. He's from the Salt Lake area. That's where he resided at the time. I couldn't believe he actually made the drive. He made the drive from Utah, Salt Lake City, to Southern California, San Diego, just to do this event. And I didn't pay him anything. I was just told him about it. And he ended up contacting me. Hey, Gary, I heard you. And I went, whoa, who'd you talk to? The grapevine went wild. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Matter of fact, here, let me go get that. I'm gonna get it off the wall and show you. It's actually a photo of me on one of the giant boulders in the area. Hold on, I gotta go into the room here. Now that I'm looking at his signature in the bottom corner, his name is Nathan Smith. That unique last name, Smith. Check this out. Oh, I got to take off the background here. Forgot about that. Forgot about that ambulance sitting behind me in my hallway. Give me a second. Almost there. But before he At the end of the event, um, he was still on the mountain, and I was cleaning up. Cleaning up as in, uh, I had different people bring ropes up on the mountain. Well, of course, you're climbing, so a lot of people had ropes. But I had designated people at certain locations to provide what we call a belay. In other words, that's the person holding the other end of the rope on certain boulders. And this one boulder had a rope. I had already put a rope on the top of it, and it was hanging down the face of this one prominent climb. And I was breaking it down, gathering up the rope and taking it down. Well, to get it down, I needed to ascend this one side of the boulder. I mean, it's a giant boulder. It's like 50 feet high or 40 feet high. And I needed to climb this one face to get to the top of it, and then undo the rope from the equipment, the hardware, and then rappel back down the way I climbed up. Well, that particular route is the route that he took a picture of me on, and he was there, and he's like, "Hey, Gary, why don't you put this blue shirt on?" Was it blue? Yeah, a blue shirt on that he had it in his backpack because for pictures, they usually want something that stands out, bright blue. Oranges, reds, pinks, etc. It stands out in a photo. So he gave me this shirt to put on, and I went up this face, and there was another Joe attendee that was there with us, and he agreed to be my belayer. He's the guy that's at the other end, the bottom of the boulder with the rope as I climb up with the rope. And that's what this photo is. And Nathan took this picture for me. Check this out. Oh, gosh, look at the reflection of that. So there's the kid. I don't even know who he is down there. And that's me right there. Yeah, I was like, I don't know, 40. Let's see, this was 2010. So I was 38 or 48. Let's see, I was born in 62. 10. 38 would be 2000. I was 48. Yeah, 48 years old. There. Ain't that cool? There's more to the photo. It's kind of hard to put this back here. But that's Mount Woodson in Southern California. And they have these giant boulders that speckle the side of this mountain. And those are the boulders that we're climbing on. That cool? So yeah, Nathan was traveling the mountain, up and down the mountain himself, either walking. I even picked him up a few times and drove him to the top. And he would just pick out, opportunities to photograph different climbers, and then either email or send them a copy later on. And that's what he did. He signed and sent me that copy. And then they appeared in climbing magazines and guidebooks. Matter of fact, I've seen a few guidebooks out there with matter of fact, that very photo right there that I showed you is in a guidebook up in where Michael Jackson and Neverland and Bo Derek's house is, up in what part of town is that? I got a friend that lives up there. Anyways, up in that part of California, there's a guidebook, a climbing guidebook, and my photo, that photo ended up in that guidebook, covering the different climbing areas in Southern California. Yeah, whatever happened to that? I've got a photo somewhere of that guy in the wheelchair posing for a photo. It seems like I'm in the photo or something. I forget. Well, Bat Mom. That I don't know if I mentioned before, the reason, why I got into paramedicine, into the pre-hospital medicine was for that very reason. Was, something that I was uncomfortable with, I wasn't confident with, that I wanted to overcome is a reason why I did some of the things I did, i.e., joining the military or rock climbing, heights. Oh my gosh. Even to this day, you know, it's usually the normal person has a fear of heights. I say the normal person. And I'm no exception. And I wanted to be more in control of that. And did it get rid of my fear of heights? No. But I was able to control myself, and keep myself safe, when I was in a scary proposition. it it helps. Didn't take it away, but it helped a lot. Rock climbing did that for me. And it introduced me to a sport that kept me in shape, i.e. the reason why I'm, relatively thin to this day. I'm definitely not in the shape I was 11 years ago, or I shouldn't say 11, how about 9 years ago. In that photo, as a matter of fact, I was almost 50, and I was in the best shape of my life, till I was 53. And then everything kind of came to a halt when I moved back here to New Jersey. I'm sorry, I know I'm not supposed to ask a lady her age, but you're like just a few years older than my son. Is that right? 40, young 40s? Is that right? Just a year older, aren't you? 38. Oh, okay. You're young. God, you're younger than my son. You're in between. Maybe we went there already. You're in between, exactly, my daughter and my son. She's 36. He's 40 this November. Yeah, okay. We did talk about this. You were born in 86, or are you going to be 39 this year? Well, you were a youngster, like I was, when we became mommy and daddies. Girl in the mirror, are you there? Are you live streaming? What's the weather doing in Rizal, Philippines? Oh, 85. Yeah, so you'll be 39 this year. Gosh, when's your birthday? December? Or your birthday soon? It's coming up. Wow, you're a Christmas baby, just about. Well, happy belated birthday. Sorry. Happy advanced birthday. I'm sure I'll be seeing you before December 23rd again. Yeah, I know. My mom was 29 for 10 years, I think. You have to ask, how old are you again, Mom? I'm 29. I'm 29, Gary. Well, I have no idea what you look like, Bat Mom. Describe yourself in general. How tall? Blonde, brunette, redhead? What do you mean you don't greet me, Doc? My birthday was over. I did too. I don't even remember your birthday. Uh, wait, your birthday is September 7 or September 9? Girl in the mirror? If they try asking me. Oh, Mom, you're still a young mom. You're just my daughter's age. Yeah, how tall are you? My sisters are 5'8" and 5'10". They're tall. Oh, September 1. See, I did remember it was September. Come on, give me some credit. Bleach blonde. Naturally tired looking. You got to throw that in there. You look haggard. Is that what you're trying to say? What's your normal? You're a blonde? Normally blonde? My sisters are dirty blonde. Yeah, that kind of darkish blonde. Like darkish streaks. Not you naturally bleach your hair. What is your normal hair color? Come on. What color are your eyebrows? Yeah, she sounds like the typical white girl, huh, from America. Girl in the mirror. Oh, no way. Are you really? Brown, Italian, Irish, and Cherokee? Oh my gosh, you sound like the girl I wished I married in high school. Did I tell you about her, Amy? The one that left me for another guy? Yeah, she was a cutie. Brown hair, yeah, Amy. You're not Amy, are you, Batmom? No, Amy's, gosh, let's see. If I'm 62, she's probably 59. Oh my gosh, really? Is that what happens to us? She was like the young, I was 19, she was 16 or 17. And so that means she's only 2 years younger than me. So she's 60. My gosh. What do you mean I mentioned many women? What, two now? There's how many? Then there's one in the room. There's two in the room. So are you including them also? Yeah, I think you told me before, Tessa. Hi, Tessa. You're not Teresa or Patricia, or your actual name is Tessa? I like how women grandiose things that I say. I did not mention many. I mentioned one lady I chased in Louisiana. And many women. I wasn't that kind of guy. Yeah, the Loomis girl. Oh, I was a kid. Are you kidding me? Oh, does it really? Fourth child in Greek. But you're not Greek. You're Italian, Irish, and Cherokee. Sounds beautiful. With your olive skin. Sounds like my wife. The Filipino, culture is Spanish, Asian, and other. They have fair-skinned. Matter of fact, if you're fair-skinned in the Philippines, right, girl, people tend to think you're Spanish, or you've got Spanish in your blood. Oh, you were the fourth. Oh, and Nigerian. Imagine that. Well, you know what? That doesn't surprise me at all. You know what? If you ever studied what I've studied and learned what I've now learned, about the humankind, is it we all, Adam and Eve, had all of what you see today, skin colors, types, etc. They had that diversification in their genetic makeup. Just like the wolf kind, all dogs, all canines today came from what they believed to be wolves originally. That was the original wolf kind. All dogs came from that. So when you see a poodle, when you see a pug, when you see a shepherd, when you see all of the above and all those different hair lengths and body kinds and all of the above, they all came, the diversification in their DNA was already in them to produce what you see today. Well, the same thing for humans. And if you ever watch this video, this DNA and genetic expert, he breaks it down and he shows you how he can scientifically show that it looks like the consensus is that we all came from an original male and an original female using genetics today. What does that sound like? It sounds like Adam and Eve. And he can show it. We didn't come from monkeys, folks. It's impossible. He talks about that. He said he just can't. He takes the breakdown of a human genome and a monkey's genome. He says with humans, if you take two human genomes and you take out one, I'm just going to say like a piece of the puzzle from one genome, he says it's very easy to take the other piece from another person and match it into the section that's missing from the missing genome. They look alike. He said it's very easy, but if you take a monkey's and a human and you try to do that, he says he's looked at 50s of thousands, like 50,000's worth of genomes. And he says, there's nothing. He says it's impossible. They just don't look alike. It's like taking a bird and trying to fit it into a giraffe. Oh, it's incredible. Oh, I saved it I've got it in my favorites, matter of fact. I'll tell you the name of it right now. The name of it is, and I'm going to send you the link. Let's see if I can do it with this Xbox here. It's called Meet Your Ancestors, Adam and Eve webinar. Let me see if I right click on it. What does it do here? Can I grab the link here? Edit, delete, add folder, show favorites, manage. No, I can just open it in another tab. I just saw him down in Wildwood, New Jersey. I mentioned in the past that I don't know if you were here yet, Mom. I took I get an email from creation.com. I've mentioned that before, from that website. And the speakers travel the nation. And they post on their website, the where and when they're going to be appearing. And it just so happened that one of them appeared 30 miles from me down the parkway. And I've been there. I used to work there in Wildwood, New Jersey. And I'm like, oh, I'm going, I got to see him. I watched his that video I just mentioned. I'd love to just see him in person, hear him talk. So I went down there and I met him and, and saw his presentation, yada, yada, yada. But that's who is giving the presentation in this video. And he got his doctorate in genetic research in biology. He was able to take the color, whatever it is, from a piece of coral and insert it into a fish and turn that fish into the same color that the coral was. And I forget what he was showing there, but that's his background. And now his forte is human genetics. And the presentation is outstanding. Just so simple. Well, he gets complicated in there and loses me as many times as I've watched it. But that isn't the emphasis of the video, of being lost. You know, he kind of like glazes over that and says, so, you know, furthermore, and then he goes into what the point that he's trying to make. He even says, sounds confusing, doesn't it? He says, because it is. Jonathan Swamidas. I don't know. Where did that come from? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Sicilian. I'm light skinned. My sister's got the olive skin. Sicilian, my grandma was. They are all mixed. They're all offshoots. Yeah, they are offshoots. Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Who's Jonathan? Seems like I should be able to grab the link, and I'm not there. Open this page to favorites. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna open it in a new tab. Okay, and then if I click on the tab, there's the website. I can see it in the tab. Hold on. Oh, that's weird. Can't even send it. But I can see the web. Oh, there it is. youtube.com/watch. This tab. Let's see. Can I grab that? Can I copy and paste it? No. Yeah, this isn't a laptop. This is a Xbox. No, I can't. Oh well. Anyways, I will. I'll post it before I get off tonight. Oh, no. The guy that is his name is Robert Carter. Dr. Robert Carter. Common spelling, Robert Carter. And the name of it, like I said, is Meet Your Ancestors, Adam and Eve, and then webinar in parentheses. Meet Your Ancestors, Adam and Eve, webinar. In webinar is in parentheses. By Robert Carter. Got it. Gotta watch it. It's just, you know, I've bragged on creation.com before. You can go to their website and just type in any question that's been bothering you, about life or creation or God or whatever. Those big questions. Why am I here? Where did we come from? Where am I going when I die? All of those questions. And just pop it into the search bar. And they've got tens of thousands of articles and journal articles, on these different, just random subjects, including what we're talking about right now. And that's what I read. That's what I'm getting re-educated with. Stuff that I just never heard before. And then come to find out they've been in publication since 2 years before I graduated high school in 1978. I mentioned that before. It's like, what? How come I'm just now hearing about this 17 years ago? So I'm just like a back in school, teach me. Yes, I believe it probably is from 2020. Mary, you're back, Mary. I was just on your website, as a matter of fact, Mary, and I think I dikit your Bahay Kubo. That is, I connected to her channel. Didn't I leave a comment, Mary? I think I did. What was it? I was watching one of your, I think it was you. I was watching one of your shorts. What were you doing? Yeah, what was it? It was you. What was it? I probably said, I forgot, but what video was it? You were, oh, you were just sitting there. You were just sitting there, weren't you? You weren't moving, or you're looking at the camera. What was it? Oh, you were doing a selfie. You were doing it was called something selfie, right? I think that's what it was. Yeah, you're sitting on a big stone. That was it. Where were you? Were you in the Philippines? Or are you OFW? That's an overseas foreign worker, Batmom, if you didn't know. Yeah, you wanted to take a pic, but it's a video. Have you ever, who hasn't, raise your hand, who's done that before? You think you're taking a picture, but it's on video, and you're sitting there with the phone going, smile, and the whole time it's videoing instead of taking a picture. Oh, you're in Dubai. Okay. That's a very popular OFW location, Mom. The Philippines, unfortunately, their country's a hurting country as far as, their finances. And people, you can find work. You can't survive. It's just not enough to support, a family. And so the way to survive, we were talking about survival, is to find work wherever it is. And people go out of the country to work. Yeah, and the Middle East is a very popular location to find work. Dubai, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, UAE, it's just United Arab Emirates. And unfortunately, they have to travel, away from home and live there. Some for, sad amount of time. Even though they get vacation time, they're not always able to take that vacation. So they may spend prolonged periods of time away from home, while they're sending money back home to support things. So that's a very common. There was just a person in here who was working up in Singapore, you name it, countries around the world, hire Filipinos, Canada, Iceland. They had a husband and wife working in a fish factory, in Iceland. They had a live stream. You name it. USA every now and then. It's not as popular. Yeah, look at Mary's been in Dubai for 13 years. I just Matter of fact, I just emailed a Filipino that, as far as I know, she was able to get out of uh, uh, where did that Beirut, Lebanon, after 20 plus years, having never been back to her hometown in the Philippines for over 20 years because the family wouldn't let her go. The family that she was working for kept her passport and wouldn't give it to her. Basically keeping her a slave, a prisoner for 20 plus years. And her client, her employer finally died at 90 plus years old. And as far as I know, the last time I spoke with her was she was in the process of getting back home. Yeah. Whoa. And I haven't got a response back. I was actually trying to help her and connect her with some kind of an organization that could do something about that. Because she's not the only one that has experienced that. I mean, that's the exception. That doesn't happen. You know, that is the exception, I should say, not the rule for overseas foreign workers. But yeah, it was pretty scary. When I heard that, I was just thinking, oh my gosh, there's got to be something that can be done. So I tried finding some organizations that could help, you know, but looks like she might be on her way home. Okay, girl, tell me what's for lunch again. I always want to hear. The last time you had, what was that again? Chicken patel? What was it again? You had chicken. Was it patel? Something like that. You're doing another pork chick pastel. That's right. But now you're having good old pork adobo or pork humba. Humba, baboy humba. Chicken fatar. Crystal Lynn, Don Day Chief. Now, what is chicken fatar? Is that just a play on words there, Mary? Yeah, you know, most of the families, most of the Filipinos that I've spoke with in the live stream community have nothing but good experiences. You know, mostly good experience with their employers, and they take care of them and they treat them like family. And it's really, you know, I've seen wonderful, you know, experiences. That's mostly what I hear. Oh, fatar is Arabic. I haven't heard of fatar. What is fatar? I know what hobis is. Corazon. Crystal, good evening. Welcome back. Yeah, chicken adobo with brown sugar and pineapple. You know, the humba can get a little bit sweet for me, girl. I mentioned that before. I mean, it's delicious. Don't get me wrong. But I find that the more I eat, I get so full so fast when it gets sweet like that. So my preference is more the adobo, just the vinegar and the soy. And if you want to add some pineapple to that, that sounds delicious. But adding more sweet than that gets a little bit too much for me. A Bisayan, is that what you meant to say? Husband is Bisayan? That's yummy too. Yeah. Where taga-asa sa Bisaya? Oo, Mary. Ilongga. Ikaw? And saan ka nakatira sa Pinas? Oh, you're from Davao. Well, you're Bisayan also. You're from Duterte's hometown. All Filipinos are sweet and pretty. Yep. Bisaya ka? Well, so is Girl in the Mirror. She's from Negros Oriental. Dumaguete. Oh, your house is in Manila, Cavite. Been there, done that. I took the bus from Taguig to Tagaytay and then down to Taal volcano. Agoy kasofot. Kapodak. Correct. But she speaks Bisaya, Mary. Girl in the Mirror does. Are you really? Tinood? Yeah, we had a good uh I remember in Tagaytay after we came back from the volcano. Was it Tagaytay? No, it was in Taal. Maybe it was Tagaytay. They're famous for their bulalo, correct, Mary? We had we had bangus, bulalo, uh, bangus, by the way, those that don't know, is a milkfish. It's just a super delicious, um, mild, meaty, sweet uh, fish that is in the Philippines. Really popular. And bulalo is basically a vegetable soup, corn, carrots. Uh, you put in cabbage, red potatoes or potatoes, and a broth from heaven. Uh, or you can put spinach. No, not so much spinach, but cabbage is more popular. And the bulalo is the marrow. They use the bone, the beef bone marrow. So they keep the marrow in the bone, and that marrow, of course, makes the broth even more delicious. And eating the marrow, out of the bone is delicious. So, oh my gosh, you cook it for them? Oh, you're spoiling them. Good for you, Mary. Oh, I'm sure they love you for that. Yeah. Is there an Asian market in Dubai, or you just buy what you can at the Arabic markets? Well, it looks like you can get all the contents, right? You have access to Pansit. Mm. And oh, they do have Asian market. Good. Uh-oh, there goes my battery. Hold on a second. Let me get the other battery. I still have audio. I just lose my battery. Low bat. Self to the stage. Aha. And I'm out of focus and out of zoom there a little bit. Let's see. Oh, look, it focused itself. I'm going to Sampai. Background here for now. What is Sampai again? I forget. I'm still learning. Yeah, low bat kind of. Low bat, low boot. You know, when I read that, girl, that's what I thought it said. I thought it said low boot. Oh my gosh. Great minds think alike. Low bat, low boot. Low boot mo. Oh, sampai means hanging clothes. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Wait, I gotta focus my hand here. Hold on. There it is. Okay. That's how I focus on my face. I put my hand up where my face is gonna be. And that way, because if I lean forward and I hit the focus button, it focuses too close. And when I sit back, it's out of focus. So I put my hand up and then I focus on my hand with my other finger, and then I sit back. Bulit mo, lubot mo, puwet mo. Mabaho bulit mo. Buli is lubot in Ilonggo. You learn some Ilonggo. Oh, and if you're wondering, Bat Mom, we're talking about your butt. Bulit, lubot, and wet. They're all different dialects for your butt. And mo is you or your, or you're a butt. You're an ass. But I think of it as a endearing expression. You're a butt. Okay, clean the kitchen. Here, I know the expression, ayo, maayong hapon diha guapa. Let's see, in UAE, it's about 10 o'clock in the morning, correct? Or 9 o'clock in the morning? I think it's 9 o'clock in the morning. So, maayong buntag diha guapa. I just said, good afternoon to you, beautiful. Okay, I'll have to remember Sampai. Is Sampai Tagalog or is that Bisaya? or both? Is it generic for hanging clothes? Sampai? Okay, that music. I gotta calm it down. I've been rocking out for 2 hours 55 minutes. Okay, hold on. Time to relax here with the music. Oops. Sorry. Sudden. Okay. Sampai. Tagalog. Is it same in Bisaya? You use the same word for hanging clothes? Oh, what am I doing? Um, put a background? Put my background back? Let's see. How about a nice blue background? How about that one? What does it look like? Ooh, whoa. That's pretty orange. That's okay. That'll work. You know, I've met quite a few people um, from Tagaytay. Well, I shouldn't say quite a few, but more than a couple people. Yep. They're either really close to, I'm sorry, in Cavite, as well as Tagaytay. But those that I've met in Cavite are really close to Tagaytay. They say they're like only 15 minutes from Tagaytay or 20 minutes. Oh, really? Talaga? This one? Manghalay to hanging clothes outside. Halay in Tagalog means malicious. Got you. Yeah, what's the other word? There's an ongoing YouTube um, video about those two words from Bisaya to Ilonggo, and one is pubic hair, and the other one means something totally different. Oh, it's like puberty, or no, wait, pubic hair, and the other one is wait, I forget. What is that word? You got to be careful when using that word. What is that word again? Girl in the mirror. Oh, I know, but what is the word? Just tell me. What is the word for pubic hair in beside? I can see the relationship. This comment, you said halay in Tagalog means malicious. Is that like hala hala? Is that similar? You're in trouble when they go hala hala. That sounds like malicious. Is it bulbul? And the same word in Ilonggo means something else. Have you ever seen that? Where the guy is, they ask him a question and he's like, "Huh? What? What?" He says, yeah, a long time ago. And they're like, no, no. And he's like, wait, what are you? But he's answering in Ilongo. I don't think that's the word I'm looking for, but is that it? Bulbo. Is that it? And what does it mean in Ilongo? Is it something about, I forget. What is it? Too funny. Well, now you got me hungry. Gosh, adobo sounds so good right now. And or the bulalo and pancit. You know what? We might have some leftover pancit in the refrigerator. I saw she brought some home from work, I think. Now you got to, now I'm going to go look. It's like, wait a minute. Got me hungry. Oh, you know what? There's some, there's some ginger ale. There's some barbecue chicken. Ooh, that looks good. What is this? Oh, that's banana bread. Oh, that sounds like a good snack. But I don't want banana bread. I want some meat or something. What is this? Oh, that's teriyaki. Oh my gosh. It's teriyaki uh, salmon. Or as you guys say, salmon. Oh, look, I see some potato salad. There's like a little sample or a little dish of potato salad. What is that? Oh, that's corn. She bought one of those deli, plastic deli things of what am I saying? Of corn, potato salad. So I'm gonna open that, brand new. You know what? My right index finger is like stressed out. I've pulled it somehow. I don't know how I injured it, but when I'm squeezing something, like holding on to something firmly, I don't know if I did it while I was fishing or my right finger tendon or muscle is sticky, is like injured. And when I go to pick up something heavy, it's like super sore in the the muscle where it connects to your hand. Oh my gosh, how do you open this? This is adult proof. Don't you love it? There we go. Okay. All right. I've got the whole container. My wife would kill me if she sees me eating out of the container. Okay. I need a napkin. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're baking banana bread. Isn't that funny? I just picked up 2 pieces of banana bread in the refrigerator. You do the same. You take the saging, the brown saging, and you keep it until you make banana bread with it. Do you do that also? Okay. All right. Can I feed my face while you guys talk, or while I talk here? Okay. You know what? I'm feeling guilty. I need to put this in a container so I can eat it instead of contaminating the um, the container. And I'm not going to eat a lot of it, so I'm going to get a small dish. This is really good, though. It's not part of my menu, but I'm going to eat it anyhow. Okay. Okay. Now we're in the all right. This is delicious. Namit. What is delicious in Bisaya? Mm. Sayo. What is it? Something? Oh, I don't know. Why'd they cut your internet? Oh, la meat. That's it. It's similar to namit. La meat. La meat kaayo. Correct? No. What ka? Ka is me or you. Sorry, is you. How often do you have to pay your internet? Like, how long does it last? Oh, I see. So you pay for 1 month. That way you don't have to. Ah, for 2 months. Well, we pay every month, although I have an automatic withdraw. So we don't have to pay, you know, physically. I think. Let's see. What? Yeah, I have my Wi-Fi on automatic payment. I'm licking the bowl clean. Oh, you gave your account to Urasawa. Um, what was I going to say? Oh, Josh from Wisconsin didn't show up tonight. I'm surprised. Are you still awake, Mom? Bat Mom? Oh, Mary, are you out, uh, Sampai still? Well, that's what I did when I was in the Philippines, is we lived off of my ATM. I was always texting home, is there any money in the account? I need more. Yeah, we were spending too much money too fast. But it was easy. Oh, I see. It was easy to spend money when you're also supporting somebody else, and then, you're not budgeting when you're on vacation. It's just spend, spend, spend. So we started learning that 100 US dollars, that's 5,000 pesos, goes really fast when you're paying hotel and you're paying dinner and you're paying for everything. You're paying for breakfast and you're paying for, uh, um, going swimming, snorkeling. Oh, without you knowing. I understand what you said. Without me knowing. Right. Oh, is that why you ran out of internet the other day? Oh no, what to do without internet? No, no, not the internet. We can do without dinner, but don't forget the internet. Oh, and washing clothes, over in the Philippines when you're on vacation. Everything is cheap, but a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there, and next thing you know, 5,000 pesos is gone. And I'm like, what? Oh, and here's another memory. I'm in Taguig, okay? Now this is not, maybe it's normal in the Philippines, but in America, let's see, internet is very important to my son. He's online. Oh, online class. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that is important. True. And also, if you're monetized, and you are making a little bit of money per month, then internet is important. But I was saying, when I was in Taguig and we were staying at the Cypress condominiums, the I think I might have mentioned this before, but We stayed there for 7 days. Originally, it was only 4 day reservation or 3 day reservation, 4 day reservation. And then we decided to go to Tagaytay and Taal. So we reserved 3 more days. Well, in the morning, I had a routine. I was always the first person awake. So I would get up and go use the bathroom and take a shower. Even today, when I'm home, the first thing I do when I wake up is I go in the shower. That's how I wake up. I go in, turn on the water, take a shower. Well, in the Philippines, it was no different. I was always the first person awake. Remember, there's 5 of us, and there's one bathroom. So I was the first person awake, and I go in and I take a shower, and I dry myself off, and I get dressed, and I'm hungry, thirsty, usually thirsty. So I go downstairs. If we don't have food on the table already, I'm looking for a mango. I can satisfy my thirst with water and a mango, fresh mango. Did I deploy in Vietnam? No, I'm not that old, true hero. My father would be old enough for Vietnam, but I was only 2 years old in Vietnam era. I was 3 years old, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 years old when the Vietnam War ended in 1970, I think 72, 75, but in 1972 I was 10 years old. So not old enough for Vietnam. I deployed to Iraq in 2004, 2005. I deployed in 2004. I got home in 2005. I joined the military at a later age, so I was older over in Iraq. I was 40 plus years old over in Iraq. Where are you from, True Hero? So anyhow, I was saying, uh, so there's a market at the bottom of the condos, a little sari kind of store where they sell the essentials, eggs, vegetables, fruit. I'm familiar. You say Washington, D.C. or Washington State? Yeah, Washington State. What Tri-Cities? Is that Seattle? Um, and 2 other cities or something? Washington State. I lived up in Oregon, in the suburbs of Portland. The name of the county I lived in was Washington County, but it was Washington County, Oregon. Yeah, it seems like I remember Tri-Cities, but I don't remember the cities that incorporated the 3 cities. Oh, so anyways, I was saying, Eastern Washington, where the Manhattan Project, where they made the plutonium in Hanford, Washington. Huh, I didn't know that. Oh, in Eastern Washington. Cool. So I would go downstairs and get fresh mango and some water. And also, I like to relax in the swimming pool in the morning. And they had a beautiful, Olympic-sized swimming pool in the hotel. Well, when I went down with my towel and my bathing trunks and my shirt, I would start doing laps and swimming. Robert, what's up there, Bob? Um, I would use the swimming pool and start swimming laps. And the security guard was at the end of the swimming pool. And he always would stand there with his hands behind his back and watch me swim. And I was wondering, is he just intrigued at the white guy, that came down in the morning and swam every morning? Or is he wanting to talk to me? But he was always making eye contact with me when I would stop swimming. And I thought, does he want to talk to me? And I found out that they charged, yeah, they charged money to swim in the swimming pool. And he was wanting to talk to me, but I think he was a little bit, dugo ilang with his English. So that means he doesn't speak English very well. So he didn't want to start the conversation. And I finally stopped and I said, can I help you? He said, and then I heard his English and he was saying, it costs, 20 pesos or something to swim. And I said, to swim in the hotel that I'm paying 1,300 pesos a day, and I have to pay to swim in the swimming pool? And I said, wait a minute, wait, hold on. So I got out of the swimming pool and I went over to the reception inside the hotel and I asked them, isn't the swimming pool part of my, my rent? And she said, oh, I'm sorry, no. And I went, what? I've never heard that before. Never in anywhere in America. If the hotel has a swimming pool, that's part of your, the money that you pay. So anyways, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it's always a package. I mean, the swimming pool is part of the hotel, right? So anyhow, I went with the security guard and he took me over to the other building. There was 2 towers. They're called the Cypress Towers. There's 2 of them, big, like 20 stories. And he takes me to the other tower, to the reception, the lady down at the bottom. And they have their own, it's like they have their own business or something for the swimming pool. And I thought, wait a minute. Are you doing this on the side? That's what I thought. They're just having a little side business using the swimming pool, which, in the swimming pool in the Philippines, everybody wants to make money, somehow. And whether it's legal or not, I don't know. But who is the kano, to say whether what they're doing is legal or not? And they got the security guards there and everything. So I thought, well, but what are the chances that the security guard is, in on he's getting paid also. So I I I complained to the lady. I said, this isn't right. I'm paying you guys $1,500 or $1,300. Yeah, maybe is that it? They have a time? There, that's another excuse. Oh, you're in the swimming pool too early. You have to pay 20 pesos per hour. No, whatever. So I complained to the lady, and they eventually one of the men, I think the men said, "Don't worry, sir. We'll take care of it." And I said, "Thank you very much. Maraming salamat." And I turned around and I walked away. And after that, the security guard never came out to the swimming pool and bothered me anymore. Hey, AB. Yeah, so it's not a package? Is that normal, girl? When you went to the hotel with your family, I remember seeing your video. When you were swimming in the swimming pool, did that cost extra? Or did you stay at the hotel? Or were you just swimming at the hotel? I can understand if you're just visiting, and wanting to use the pool, then I can see them charging. How do you recommend a young thug like me to change my life and make legal money instead of here? That's a good question. It's funny that you asked that because what I'm talking about is in a foreign country, and what's legal and not legal, I don't know. So I don't really, I can't, I don't know the legalities. But here in America, yeah, if you have a package, it's part of a hotel. That's what I thought. Oh, you're a felon. Are you in jail? Or AB, join the military? Oh, there's a good, if they'll take you. Oh, you're in the United States. Park cars. I had a friend in Texas. He's dead now, but he had a son. And at the time, he was a young teenager, 15, 14, 15 years old. And I would be speaking to him on the phone, and he said, Gary, he says, you won't believe it. My son found a job, or he created a job. And I went, what do you mean he created a job? He said, he's out. They had a restaurant. Now, this isn't, I don't think, legal, but as far as like doing it under the table, I could see how a 14, 15-year old, let alone an adult, could do this until somebody said, you can't do that and stop, then you would have to stop. But this 14, 15-year old, apparently there was a lot of restaurants in the area and their parking was minimal. So they opened up a dirt lot for cars to park. And this son of my friend, 14, 15-year-old, went out into the dirt lot and he started directing traffic and parking cars. He really did that. He like had I don't know if he had a flashlight or whatever, and he's like motioning the cars in and parking them. And of course, what do the people do for this young kid? They're paying him. They're tipping him. And he was making bucks, he said, just by parking cars. Can you imagine? Now I know they have actual people that they hire for parking lots like that. But this young kid actually took it upon himself and figured out, I bet you I can make some money doing this. And he was making some good tip money from doing that. Oh, you want generational wealth. I don't know about that. Just because you're a felon, there's always exceptions in the military, bro. I learned that. How old are you, AB? 22. Well, there you go. Why don't you go into a recruiter's office? What do you do in the civilian world? Have you had any other skill sets or anything? Just tell me what other jobs you've had in the past besides illegal activities. Seriously, join the military. They'll give you a skill set. They'll pay you. They'll feed you. They'll house you. You can get a degree. They'll keep you safe. Seriously, I joined the military at 37 years old. It was a part-time uh, pursuit, and it's a good experience overall. Oh, perfect, bro. Join the military. Just because you're a felon doesn't mean you can't join the military. Unless you've already been there, and then let me know what they told you. Are you in prison now, or? I'm sorry, no, you just told me. I changed my life. I've been working a job for years now. Okay, okay. So you're out of. Well, it doesn't hurt to try. If you've already done it, then you already know, but let them know. Perfect time, too, or perfect age 22. I just told you what the military could do for you. They'll educate you, keep you safe, feed you. Um, yeah, keep you safe. That's the biggest thing. No, 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 no. You're missing the point there, bro. That isn't all what military's for. You're already disciplined, but you're a felon. That makes sense, and I'm not being facetious. Put yourself in my shoes. What did I do what was I doing joining the military at 37? Put your comment in answer for me. Really, I almost want to say I don't believe what you're telling me about yourself by saying I'm already disciplined, and you just got done telling me you're a felon. That's right. Yeah, you're disciplined, all right. It being a felon. And I'm not making fun. I'm just repeating what you've already told me. Yeah, you got misconceptions about the military. Okay? The military is about protecting the United States, or if you're in America. All right? In order to defend the United States, you need to be disciplined in your job and how to get you home safe. Okay? Don't read into it any more than that. They teach you a job, and while they're teaching you that skill set, you can go to school and get your degree. They'll pay for it. They'll pay for your school. What institution, secular, I'll call it, institution, is going to pay for your education? Yeah, you're missing it again. Military can teach you how to be successful and how to make money. Okay? 4-year contract. Whatever. Don't worry about it. Do 20 years. Here, get this. Here. I know you're gonna come up with excuses as to why, but I'm just hoping that. I was 37 years old when I joined the military. The ultimate plan, which I didn't have, was to do 20 years until I was 57, and then I would have had a retirement. Okay? You're only 22. Join the military, let's say by the time you're 23 years old. You do 20 years. By the time you're 43 years old, you're retired. You've got a pension coming to you for the rest of your life. You literally don't have to work at 43 years old. Where in the civilian world are you going to get an opportunity to retire at 43 years old? I mean, a standard job, where an employer pays you. I'm telling you. And you know what? I didn't stay 20 years. I only did 8 years. That was my contract, was 8-year reserve contract. Don't worry about it. The money, you're getting housing, you're getting food. The money you're going to make is probably going to go towards transportation. You're going to be able to buy yourself your own car. Probably cash. And you're going to be able to go to school and live your life while you're getting paid to go to work. Josh, that's why I'm just talking about you. I said, I'm surprised that he hasn't been in here yet. He's got to be doing something. You just got home, 1:30 in the morning. Actually, it's what, 12:30 there? Or 12:45? Hey, Josh, help AB Productions. He's inquiring about how to get a job as a prior felon. And people are giving him suggestions. One of them was join the military. He says, but I'm a felon. I said, well, don't count your chickens before they hatch, because there's always exceptions in the military. I don't know what the exceptions are with having been a prior felon, but I was just talking to him about, being using the military as a career. And dude, don't think you're going to war just because you're joining the military. There's a lot of jobs in the military, different aspects of the military that people don't even know about. It takes more jobs to run, to deploy 175, I'm just using this number because the number that was deployed when I was deployed was 175,000 people. Do you know what it takes to deploy 175,000 people? It's not just a bunch of guys with weapons, going over to a country to go fire their weapon. That's the exception, not the rule, out of those 175,000 people. Not everybody's running around with a 9mm on their leg and a M16 or an M4, on their shoulder. Firearm and a felony, they won't take you. Okay, well, he mentioned it was a violent felony. He didn't, I don't expect him to go into detail, but yeah, so Josh seems to know a little more information. Robbery. Did you use a weapon or a firearm? I'm sorry if I'm asking personal questions, but that be said, anything involving a firearm. Yes. Well, and how long's it been? I'm just assuming, what kind of questions they would ask. Like I said, it wouldn't hurt, for giggles. Go down to a recruiter trailer or wherever they have a recruiter, like I did at 36 years old, 2 months before my 37th birthday, and walk into a trailer and let the Army recruiter entertain you for a couple minutes, and or whoever's in the trailer or the office. Sent me to prison. You were 16. See, you were young. Anyways, the only way you're going to know is to try. Believe me, I'm telling you, you'll actually get excited about it once they start talking to you. That maybe I can go somewhere and I can stay out of trouble. That, believe me, they'll go out of their way to keep you out of trouble. Believe me. Ask Josh. Ask me. They don't put up with that there. So for even somebody like me, smart aleck Gary, doesn't compare to, maybe, what you have done in the past. But that's not the point. The point is, you want to stay safe, you want to stay out of trouble, let the military take care of you. I'm telling you, they don't put up with that kind of stuff. They'll do their best to keep you in line. They'll feed you while they're doing that. They'll put a roof over your head while they're doing that. They'll keep you busy, believe me. They're gonna whip you into shape. That's where that expression comes from. And they do. You're going to be in the best shape you've ever been in your life. How about that? You're only 22 years old, dude. You should be swimming. You should be doing a mile and a half, 3-minute mile. 3-mile runs like you've never ran before. And believe me, if I can do it at nearly 40, up until I was, let's see, I started an 8-year contract, so I was 45 when I get out of the Navy. Look at Josh. Josh, Special Forces Army. He's near 45 years old. And he's still in the best shape of his life, physically. You know, I'm telling you, it makes you a pretty incredible, even up here with your mind, in shape person to be that fit and that fed and that all of it. And then you start emulating what they're teaching you, and next thing you know, you're an instructor. That at your older age, they'll actually use you as a role model, you know, to if you make rank like you should be, you know, you'll be in charge of guys below you, and you're going to start taking on responsibilities that you never knew you could even do. And they'll teach you how to do that. Yes, I'm telling you, Josh. I was medical support, but I could hold my own weight physically, and I would assess guys like Josh, and I was bowing to these animals. And that's a compliment. These guys were animals, dude. They were incredibly fit human beings. And I was looking at their numbers just going, dude, this is crazy. You know, these small Hispanic guys, they're 5'4" to 5'6" tall, and they're carrying 100-pound loads. 100-pound loads. I mean, they got their bodies suffered from it, but just to be able to do that, I was thinking, oh my gosh, I carried 50-pound packs when I was 15 in the Sierra Nevadas, and this is almost double that. And it was just, it was awe-inspiring to watch this. Jamie, what's up, brother? No, again, AB, you don't have to put in 20 years of your life, okay? All right? Listen, you don't have to. I'm just saying that's available, okay? So if it's something for you and you find, hey, you know what? This is pretty, I fit right into this, then you won't have to wonder, am I going to do 20 years? Of course I'm going to do 20 years. You know, I love this way of life. Or you're going to say, all right, that was a nice chapter of my life, like I did. You know, thank you very much. I'm out of here. And I left after 8 years. But, you know, my story, you know, is different than Josh's. You know, had he had the opportunity, he would have stayed 20 years. I had the opportunity, but, you know, I kind of got cold feet and decided I need to get out of here because of, you know, the position I was put in and the place that I was put in. And I could do my same job in a safer environment in the civilian world. That's just my job. Doesn't mean you're going to be there. I was saying earlier, there's so many jobs in the military. You know, you can be a secretary pushing paper. You can drive a vehicle to and fro. You can fly airplanes. You can, what do you want to do? You know, you can be on board a ship, and that'll be your home. You know, and whatever skill set it is, you can be an electrician, you can be a plumber, you can be, you know, what else do they do in the civilian world? Oh, they have dentists. Oh, you can be a dental tech. You can be, you know, what else do they do? Oh, they got people that need to dig dumps. Oh yeah, they got departments that do that too. It's called the construction battalion in the Navy. You know, you'd be a heavy machine operator. Um, yeah, I was letting Josh elaborate on what, you know, what happened to him. He got medically discharged due to an injury. So, you know, he's getting compensated, from that point, but that's not the way to make a living. Obviously, you don't want to get hurt. No, I don't. Because I didn't get 20 years. There's no retirement there's no partial retirements. But like, unfortunately, Josh got hurt, and so they medically discharged him, and then the VA pays him. Well, don't let me speak for you, Josh, but I'm thinking they put you on a percentage of injury, whether you're from 0 to 100% disabled, and then they pay you accordingly based on your disability. But again, what a way to, you don't go into the military hoping you get injured so you can collect money. No, like any place, even in the civilian world, the civilian world doesn't pay you when you get injured. Even if you got injured on the job, they'll probably compensate you for your injury, but they're not going to retire you and pay you for the rest of your life unless they've got that in their contract. But can't think of a civilian organization that is going to take care of you for the rest of your life because you got injured on the job. Oh, there you go. He's 50% disabled. So help me, and I'm not prying to be, into your personal life, but do you have to work because 50% isn't enough? Even people that do retire from the military after 20 years, for example, AB, let's say you joined at 18 and now you're retired from the military at 38. That's just like mind-boggling. Can you imagine being retired, having done your job in the workforce, and now you're out at 38 and you don't have to work anymore? But anyways, a lot of retired military continue to work. And I don't know if that's because the retirement isn't enough. I would imagine if you only retire at a rank of sergeant, that's probably not enough to support you for the rest of your life. So you'd have to work. Yeah, that's only $1,500 a month. I own a shop. Dad left when he died. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, well, he's kind of laid it out. So the whole point of this, AB, is we're just sharing our story that, I didn't join the military to necessarily see action, but life happened, or events in the US happened, i.e. 9/11, where that nobody saw that coming, obviously. And then as a medical personnel, I got deployed with the Marines to provide medical support, because that's who provides medical support for the United States Marines, is the Navy. If you didn't know that, now you do. So, did I do it for retirement? It was in my mind. I thought, well, if I can do 20, what a bonus that's going to be. But for now, what do I need to sign? An 8-year contract, part-time, as a reservist? Yeah, that's not going to bring really any money, but it's an experience that I've always wondered about. Yeah, let me join. I'll join the Navy part-time and go to my duty station 1 weekend per month, 2 days out of the month, and work my civilian job at the same time. Doc is frozen in time. Am I frozen, or you mean, can you see me? Ah, good questions, though. Absolutely. I was trying to do 20. Right. So Anyways, AB, I work the civilian world, and I'm pointing at myself because I was a civilian. Um, we kind of get mis misinformation on the military. It's all this rumors and media. The media isn't the place to learn about the military. No, they're doing it to make it look, you know, exciting and grandiose, and it works. And they get people to sign up because of that. But um, I I did it through curiosity about the military and having never joined when I was younger, and then I had an opportunity to apply what I was doing as a civilian to the military. So I went into a recruiter's office and just asked. I didn't want to make any decisions. I just wanted to hear, what is it that I can do for you? Or what is it you can do for me? And I heard the Army side and I heard the Navy side. And I said, okay, thank you. And I went home and I thought about it. And that's what I would encourage you to do. Just go in there without any commitments. Don't let them convince you like a car salesman. They'll try. Just go in there and ask them questions. This is what happened to me when I was younger. This is what happened to me. This is what I did when I was younger. And now and ask the same questions that you just asked us. And they'll quiz you. And they might just be able to say, you know what? We can offer you something. And then go home and think about it. And ask more questions. Email them. And just keep in touch with them and say, so what about this? What about that? Yeah. They only tell 10% of what really goes on. Yeah. But I learned just through my own boot camp, with 80 other or 79 other guys and gals that were bringing their civilian experience into the military, of what skill sets they all had. And I realized, oh my gosh, everybody's doing something a little different. This guy's a construction worker. This girl's a secretary. I'm a doc, medical paramedic in the civilian world. And it's like everybody had their thing that they were bringing in. This guy's going to be in the Seabees. He's the construction guy from Massachusetts. He's going to go build stuff. Yeah, read Josh what he just said. Check it out. I love it. Go figure. His last job was at Walmart. He goes into recruiter station. Next thing you know, he's in Special Forces Army. Who would have known? But believe me, there's a lot more to the military than just doing what Josh did. I was mentioning that earlier. There's so much there's so much to be done to mobilize a group of people anywhere, whether it's from East Coast to West Coast or to Iraq or to Asia or Southeast Asia or wherever, Japan, South America, whatever it takes to move that amount of people, there is so much. They've got to have drivers of ships. vehicles, airplanes, helicopters. It's got to be somebody doing that. They're not necessarily going to war, I mean, although if there is a war going on, yes, they are involved in that. But there's so much to be done. There's paper pushers, there's yeah, like it went from working produce to high priority missions. There you go. Yeah, that's a good point, Jamie. Just to change subjects here. Trying to find someone who really knows what they are doing is difficult. I I I am not a mechanic. I put people back together, not vehicles. But I got into the uh, the circles, the automobile circles through um, turbocharging my Mitsubishi, and that was way above my pay grade. But I ended up in the middle of it, so I was kind of forced to learn at least a little bit about what it is that I was going to be doing to my car. And then I started getting in hands-on and doing more of the pulling off parts and putting parts back on and the modifications. And as far as the cutting and the welding, I had paying other people to do that. But I did a little bit by myself, just a little bit. But because of that, um, what was I saying was, um, oh, I found that when I did work by myself, whether it was suspension or whatever it was I did by myself, I knew what I did and that it was good to go because I did it. And then when I took it to a mechanic and I got it back from him, and then I would get underneath and look at, what they did, it was often that I said, they kind of cut corners there, or they should have done that, or I would have done that differently. And then I thought to myself, well, then I ain't taking it back to them anymore because I can do it myself. And so when you're saying you need to find somebody that knows what they're doing is difficult, I know where you're coming from, because even now today, it's like, dang it, I should be doing this myself, but I'm too lazy and I'm just going to pay somebody that knows what they're doing. At least they're supposed to know what they're doing. And that's when you put your foot in your mouth a lot and you take it to them and you get it back and realize, all right, they wouldn't have done it. I would have done it differently, or I would have done a better job, or I wouldn't have given it back to him yet because the problem's not fixed or something. So it's that price you pay when you take it to somebody else. But if you can find somebody that is consistently good and they're giving it back to you the way you like it, that's the person you stick with. Yeah, I'm dealing with that right now. There's a guy that did work for me for a long time, and now he's consistently giving me bad work back, and I have no choice now but to stop. So, oh, that's cool. So you're managing the shop, Josh, pretty much? Oh my gosh, the Duramax has 240,000. Oorah, that's a testament of the car. That's cool. I love it. Hearing Metallica. That's the real deal. I love it. What is that? Full engine what? Swaps on semi trucks. Oh my gosh, that's incredible. To find somebody that is really that can stay in this job, in that type of a job for a long time, I'm impressed because I'm learning, well, I'm not doing it anymore, but you got to have the patience of Job with motor vehicles, or just get so efficient at it that you don't worry about the hard jobs, and you know how to approach it and not get stressed out about it. See, I never got to that point. It was always stressful for me. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Josh, that's incredible. So they're basically your dad's age, or what your dad would have been if he was still alive. Yeah, I was going to say Metallica. Wait a minute. That's a little bit after. You sure it ain't AC/DC and Rush and Boston and uh let's see. Deep Purple? I'm naming off all the songs that I grew up with. Deep Purple, Doobie Brothers, Boston, Rush, AC/DC, uh, Leonard Skinner, Kiss, not old stuff, metal and new stuff. Oh my gosh, like Suicidal Tendencies and what is the one song hard what was that song? Hard as Nails, or wait, was that group? Gosh, my ex-brother-in-law introduced me to this group. What was the name of it? Um, Something Nails. What is it again? Help me out, Josh. What is the name of that group? Something Nails. Nail. What is it? Yeah, they're in their 60s and 70s. Well, that's cool. Yeah, it was kind of after, in the 90s, I believe. My brother-in-law was listening to him up in Oregon, and I was like, "Who the heck is this?" And he said there's something Nails. Anyways, so I'm drawing a blank also. Hey, Batmom was on for a good while, before you, Josh. She actually was describing herself. I finally got kind of an idea. She told me she's Italian, Cherokee, Irish, and she even has some, what was it? Some hint of, she did, I think, that Ancestry.com, a bit of Ethiopian in here, like 3% or some weird mix in Africa. But she's Italian, she's light skinned, her sister's olive skin, uh, it, uh, Irish, Cherokee, and some kind of Somalia or something, some weird percentage of that in her, which doesn't surprise me. 9 Inch Nails, thank you. Where did you get that? Dude, that's it. 9 Inch Nails. Have you ever heard them? Speaking of some hardcore I actually started kind of rocking out to them when he introduced me to it. It's like Nine Inch Nails, never heard of them. And they're like, "Oh, dude, check this out." And he plays this song, and I'm like starting to really rock out on this thing. Yeah, Nine Inch Nails. Oh my gosh. Yep. That's more your era. Yeah, that's what you would have grown up with, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, if you're in your 40s. Yeah. A little bit before my son. So actually, you were kind of in the 90s, right? Early 90s? Or no, 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 you were late 80s? Yeah, what are you again? Wait, well, you're 43 or thereabouts. Oh, sorry, you were earlier 80s. 82, 81? Yeah, I'm sorry. That's when you were born. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then so by the time you were a teenager, you were in the 90s. Yeah. Right, right, right. Where were you? Were you in Wisconsin? Are you born and raised in Wisconsin, Josh? When you were working at Walmart? Oh, you were born in Portland. Oh my gosh, that's right. I did um you mentioned that before. I was telling about the Fox Theater downtown Portland when I went and saw Blue Oyster Cult. Yeah, what are the chances? This is crazy. We already talked about like the common uh denominators we've had about ourselves and our family. And now you were born in Portland. I lived in Washington County. That was 90. Where were you in 1996? 19 through 1998. 96 to 98. I was in Washington County, Oregon. Oh, you were born in Portland and yeah, raised or grew up in Wisconsin. Okay, okay. So you were just, do you even remember Portland or you were too little? I haven't seen a picture of you, Josh. When are you gonna reveal yourself? I'm trying to picture, what do you look like? Describe you got blonde hair, or I would imagine you do. That doesn't mean anything. I'm just trying to picture. Oh, till you were 8. Okay, okay. Sounds like me in Rochester, New York, and then I moved back to California. I was 7. I turned 8 when I got back to San Diego. Yeah, how tall are you? Oh, I think you said before you're bald, buff with tattoos on one arm. Typical special forces looking dude. Uh, do you shave your head bald, or you mean you just got a receding hairline, or do you keep it shaved bald? Oh, so you're like my brother. He's 6'1". Isn't that funny? Remember, here we go again. Actually, I think my brother's probably about 220 right now, but he's not in shape. God, you're gonna make me look like a thin uh weakling compared to a 6'1", 235 pound. Skibidi! He's back. What's up, toilet brush? Did I tell you when we were in Iraq, we had nothing better to do? So the Filipino kid, he's the youngest, but he's the senior because of his time in rate. And he comes back from taking a water bottle shower back at this. It was a building supposed to be for taking showers, but we never had running water, so we no, it's a Marine Corps, but Navy insignia, uh, corpsman insignia on the Marine Corps cover. So anyway, he comes back from taking a water bottle shower, and he is shiny. He doesn't, he had hair when he left, and he came back, and he was completely, uh, you know, shining. And we're all like, yeah. And so it was time for everybody to get. So I even did it, and I've never been without hair in my life, and I'll probably never do that again. But we all were, we all were shaved for as long as it took to grow back. We only did it once, but what else are we gonna? What else do we have time for? Right? Time for it to grow back. Yes. I wonder where that picture is. Let me think. I've got to have it. I've got to have some photos here somewhere. I know I have photos of me when I got home. Let's see. What did my wife do with my photos, or I don't have no idea. What book is this? No, that's an old. These are some old photos here. Oh my gosh. Look at me. Oh my gosh. Oh, Josh, I showed was it Batmom? I was talking about, she was telling me about a business that she hoped to have one day, instead of being a housekeeper herself, or she cleans hotels, houses, apartments in Lake Tahoe, California. And she's been doing it long enough to the point where she just wants to be a manager, and have employees. Sounds like, what you're doing. So she can just manage her own business. So I was just talking to her about that and giving her maybe some ideas to get motivated, to do that. And in the process, told her about this event that I organized. I had no experience in managing or organizing, a number of people and everything else that went into. I had no clue. All I knew was that there was a reunion that was expressed, and that was a matter of getting a bunch of people together in one place. And then once I raised my hand basically to volunteer to organize this, next thing you know, and I sent out my information, my contact information, I had people just coming out of the woodwork that have done this before. So they were just like, I realized I didn't have to really do anything except organize what these people, all these different, I'm going to call them skill sets that these people had, and then fitting them into the idea that I had for this event. It's like, no, I don't think I'm going to do that. But yeah, this guy wants to be a photographer and run a video presentation. Oh, that sounds really cool. So I would leave them on the list. And then next thing you know, I had this list of people that wanted to do these certain things. And I'd contact them back and say, make it happen. That sounds really cool. And they would take the job out of my hands and say, I'll just stay in contact with you and let you know and run things by you as to whether or not that sounds good. And I'm like, sounds good. So next thing you know, within a couple days, they get back to me and they're like, so what do you think of this? And they'd present it to me and I'd go, whoa, that sounds really cool. Run with that, make it happen. And next thing you know, they're doing it. And I had this reunion. I had 150 people that were originally that were going to attend, and that turned out to be around 75 when everything was said and done. When the actual day, the event came, the date came to be, about 75 people showed up. So anyways, one of the people that got on board this project was a photographer. He was a pro photographer from Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah. And he drove all the way from Salt Lake out to Southern California to do this shoot. And I'm just sitting there going, I didn't pay anything. He drove out on his own. It was just a promotional opportunity for him to get his work out there. And he took this picture of me when I was cleaning up the event. Actually, I was packing up, ready to go home, and I had to get some ropes down off of these climbs that I had set up prior, or day before. And so to get this rope down off of this rock, I needed to ascend the rock and then break down the rope and then rappel back down the face that I just climbed and then retrieve the rope and go home. And the photographer was with me and he said, hey, are you going to do this right now? And I went, yeah. He says, the sun's perfect right now. He says, put this blue shirt on. And he had a shirt in his backpack because he wanted something like this that would stand out. And he gave me a blue shirt. And while I ascended this giant boulder, he did a photo shoot on a rock in the distance with the sun, casting the way he was seeing it. And then he eventually mailed me this copy. So this is the copy of me just ascending the boulder so I could get the rope and break it down. Let me turn off this background here so you can see it. And then, yeah, I framed it and put it on my wall in my room. Oh, is that why he says? It's okay, Scooby. I read your comment. Yeah, the Navy insignia. So check this out. Check it out. I'll give it kind of a, oh, that reflection's bad. But these are just like this boulder stuck up on the side of this mountain called Mount Woodson in Southern California. And I'm going to bring it in closer here so you can see me up there. And he's actually talking to me and he's saying, Gary, make some big moves. And I go, what do you mean big moves? He goes, stretch yourself out as much as possible. And so I did this on purpose, just so that it would look like this in the photo. But that's my belayer down here. Just some random big beer bellied kind of kid. He literally had a big old belly on him. He wasn't much of a climber. But he was my belayer holding the other end of the rope while I, God, it's so hard to maneuver this thing. While I was about 3/4 of the way up this thing. So I'm just going to get up to the ridge of this thing. Oh, sorry. And then walk up to the top and get the rope down. There's another rope hanging up there down this steep face right here. You can't see it, but anyway, so I'm just going to get that rope and then carry it down with me and then rappel back down this face and whoop, gosh, so backwards. And then get off here and get out of Dodge. I think my car is even waiting somewhere down here at the road. There's an access road that goes to the top of this mountain called Mount Woodson. It's a paved road. And I was able to, because I was part of staff, I got permission to get my vehicle up there and ferry some equipment to and fro up and down the mountain. Yeah, so the whole point of presenting that and talking about that with Batmom was, I all I did was I made the I took the initiative and put my foot, into the water, and then next thing you know, I had people working for me, and I didn't even have to do anything except say yay or nay. And speaking of the military, um, I was in the reserve. Let's see, was I in the reserves yet then? Yeah, that was 2010. Um, let's see, wait. No, I was out of the military. Got out in 2007, but I still had contact with some guys, and this one of the contacts I made during the organization of this event was I was trying to get. They were going to have a party after the reunion at this lady's house who volunteered her house to have the party at, which again, I didn't have to do anything. She just said, hey, we're going to have I'll donate my house for a after party. And we had a raffle, and we had donations from sponsors, or call them sponsors, contributors, more accurately. And one of the contributors was the United States military. And that's when this guy that I had contact with came on board, and he said, so, what do you need? And I said, well, it looks like we're going to have a raffle afterwards, and I'd like some climbing equipment. What better things to give away as, gifts than climbing equipment at this climbing reunion? So he says, well, just let me know. What is it you need? And I said, well, what do you got? I was like, where are you going to get this stuff? He goes, don't worry about it. And I'm like, okay, I want to ask, you got any ropes? He's like, yeah, how many you need? I'm like, I don't know. Give me 2 ropes. I mean, these full length, 60 meter, 200-foot cord, 10 millimeter, 11 millimeter cord. They go for $200+ in the retail world. He's like, you got it. I'll take care of it. What else you need? And I went, well, what do you got for hardware? And so he started naming off all this equipment, and I'm like, well, can I get a couple of those and a few of those? And next thing you know, he had this basket of climbing stuff to raffle off. So I not only had a full-on catered party afterwards. I mean, it was not catered by volunteers who made the stuff, and it was a Mexican theme, so we had tacos and tostadas and the whole nine, guacamole, everything. And then that photographer that took that picture, he shows up at the party, and he sets up his little photo booth on the back porch. And we got people, including me, I got a picture somewhere, and a friend of mine, we did a duo side by side, and he did a black and white shot of us as we're flashing some gang signs or something, but it was in relation to climbing or something. But I mean, who would have known, that the whole point was get a hold of somebody and just let them know what it is you want to do. And then you might just have, you might just find yourself all of a sudden running a business with people presenting you, all these different ideas. And I just thought maybe that would help her. Yeah, they're giant boulders. They're the size of homes and then some. And so you can go out and practice your craft, your climbing, via what we call top ropes, meaning you can typically get up to the top of these boulders a little bit easier than that particular photo. You can go around to the back side of it, and it's got a more rounded surface to it, where the downhill side has a vertical face, and that's the side you're gonna ascend, the more difficult, face. But to get to the top of the boulder, all you do is walk around to the back, and literally just walk up to the top of it. But in this case, there's no easy way to get to the top except to ascend, that the difficulty of that face that I was climbing was easy, moderate. And the most difficult move is at the very bottom. The very first move off of the boulder that's below it is the most difficult move. But once you're up on the face, it's pretty easy to get to the top. It's just exposed. And so anyways, yeah, that mountain that I was on is just filled with these huge boulders. They're everywhere. So you just pick one. And it's an established rock climbing area. So it has a guidebook, an actual retail guidebook you can buy in a store, to this area, and or online guidebooks. And it's been established since the 60s, actually. Climbers from the 60s actually named some of these routes, that are up there. And those names are now, you even recognize today, like, the product Patagonia. Well, Royal Robbins is now the owner, I believe, of Patagonia. As a matter of fact, that's where he resides, is down in Patagonia. And he bought a parcel of land that is now like a national park. And he owns it, and he lives there off of it. And a few routes up on this mountain are named after Robbins. As a matter of fact, there's one route called Robbins Crack, and it's named after Royal Robbins, the owner of Patagonia today. So the history, of this place goes way back, and all it is just a mountain, between San Diego and Ramona, or Poway and Ramona, California, and it's filled with these boulders. And it became a climbing mecca worldwide. People come from all over the world and climb. I've climbed from people from all over the world on Mount Whitson, just coming there to visit and to practice, and try their talents on these. It's got some really difficult climbing, and that's what it's kind of known for. So these real talented climbers will come there, try their hand at, literally try their hands at, some of these problems. We call them problems because that's what they are. They're freaking hard problems. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I was involved in that arena for over 30 years. And I brought that physical fitness into the military. And so it just went hand in hand. I thought I was in shape going into the military until I met people like you. And I just went, oh my gosh, this is crazy. I'm in shape, but I'm not in that good shape. And I held my own. They even asked me, so what do you think, Doc? I can hold my own. Why? What is it you want to do? Or what do you want me to do? And I mentioned before, the shooting part of it was because of the Navy. Although, my dad introduced me to shooting when I was younger, but I didn't get, it was just the basic. I mentioned before, the basic sight picture, the how to align the sight alignment and all that. I'd never heard that before. I didn't get any formal training in that. And then the Navy introduced me to that, and I went, oh, well, that makes total sense. I think I can do that if I'm steady enough, And sure enough, it works. But that was the extent of my, shooting education. Skibidi, are you still there? Now, I forgot. Skibidi, you told me before, you're in, where are you? Are you in Pakistan? There's somebody in Pakistan. I forget who it was. Who was that? Oh yeah, back to your 6'1", 235 and your kids saying, you're scary. There's nothing around here, Josh. There's nothing around here. This is my excuse, but it is an excuse. The only thing that is closest to climbing around here is a climbing gym, which works, but God, my motivation has really, really gone downhill. I'm I'm on the couch way too much. My musculature and joints have suffered not only from climbing. Climbing takes a toll on your body. It's unforgiving. It's definitely something now they're taking more of a preventative injury approach to climbing and more taking it from a training perspective, and taking it seriously as a sport. And now it's in the Olympics, and so on. But before it was, no pain, no gain, and you hurt yourself, and you really were doing that. You were hurting yourself in the long run. And that's kind of where what I'm suffering from now is, the toll that it took on me from doing it the wrong way, hurting yourself, in order to gain myself. And now my joints and, yeah, tendons in my shoulders. Oh my gosh. And my age isn't helping it at all. But I did drop weight. I mentioned before in the recent, I was at 180. It doesn't sound like anything to you, but that's unheard of. That's ungodly overweight for me. When my ultimate weight for fitness is like 162, it's 165. Anything over 165 is too much. When I was performing at my best, at 48 years old, I was throwing my body around and doing, 12, 12 fingertip pull-ups, on the door jamb. On the door jamb, of your door, of your bathroom, your bedroom door, the sill, the little molding at the top. I was hanging onto that, with my thumb over my four fingers, holding onto that, cranking off 10 pull-ups. And now I won't even go there. But because I dropped weight recently, I'm back in the ballpark of getting into shape. I can now start to build, but there's just nothing around here. There's nothing around. I'm making excuses, but yeah. Yeah, I remember, this is just reliving memories and getting the rush, of what I used to do. Maybe it is bragging a little bit. Come on, you can't do 30 pull-ups properly, all the way down, locking without 30? Come on. Not many people can do 30 pull-ups. Are you talking about push-ups or pull-ups? I mean, like the world record for pull-ups. Come on, really? God, you're an animal, dude. No wonder your kids call you scary. That is scary. If you can do 30 pull-ups, come on. Well, anyways, if I may, uh, I remember when I was 19, 20 years old, I just got into climbing. I actually got into rock climbing when I was older, 19. where a lot of these veteran guys had been climbing since they were 15 years old and had a lot of years under their belt already when I got into it. Anyways, so I had a mentor. I still do 400 sit-ups a day, 50 push-ups, one a day for the pull-up, 3 reps of 10. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Holy gosh. Like, I think you're approaching the world record, 30 plus. Something about pull-ups really takes you to that what's the word? Oh my gosh. I lost my medical term in my head. That's scary. Anaerobic. Takes you into that anaerobic world so quickly. Yeah, pull-ups are just a lot of ATP, I guess that's the energy. Yeah, no kidding. Dude, well that was I can't say I could do that at your age, but that's where I was up until I was 53. A goal for you. Stay there till you're 53. Actually, I actually was here in New Jersey when I started to just collapse. But I was trying to hold my own until I was 53, trying to keep that standard. And that's when I realized, I was losing it because I just wasn't climbing every day. I could climb every day in San Diego. It was a routine for me to take my son with me, although he was just little, and let me see if I'll show you some. Maybe I did already. Did I share some videos of me? You can go to my channel and see a couple of demos, I guess you can call it, of me when I was 50 and how I was throwing myself around. But anyways, I remember when I was 19, 20, like the first 2 years of climbing, I got a mentor, and he was he turned out to be a great friend, long time rock climbing friend, and associate that I stayed in touch with forever. I don't know if he's still alive. He's in San Diego somewhere. But he literally taught me the ropes. He was my mentor, and he taught me knots and anchors and climbing, and took me to Yosemite for the very first time and did a multi-pitch with me, and just threw me into it with what he had taught me, and it was awesome. And he's a great mind. He's a ex-sailor and a professional sailor, and kind of picked his brain about sailing and other things that he was just super knowledgeable about. Well, he took me up to Mount Woodson, that same place I showed you, not that particular rock, but that same area. And he brought me up to a boulder. He was just kind of my first time up there, and he was walking me around and showing me what some of the things that people could do, some of the boulders, some of the rock climbs that people actually were able to ascend. And I was just like, my jaw was hanging down, just looking up at this stuff going, no way. And he even said, go up there, put your hands, like touch the rock and see try to figure out, what would you do to get off the ground on this particular, overhanging seam, like pinky width, maybe index finger width crack/fissure that went up this 110 degree overhanging surface. And I thought, I can't even stand up underneath this boulder because I'm going to fall back and fall over, and it's already on a hillside. So, you're going to not only fall backwards, but you're going to fall down the trail you just walked up. And I thought, this is scary just being up this, up to the bottom of this boulder, yet alone this 30-foot face above me that pitches back 20 degrees from vertical. I thought, no way, there's not, maybe people are putting stuff in the crack and then stepping into it, like putting a sling onto that piece of protection and then stepping into that sling and raising their body up to get up it. It's called aid climbing, but not doing it without aid. No way. Well, who would know, that, let's see, 10 years later, I would be doing it. And I thought I remember at the time, I remember that day vividly, that I stood below that just thinking, unbelievable. Well, that's kind of how I was put in my place when I met somebody like you, in the military with a resting heart rate of 46. I just thought, wow. So this is what they're talking about. you know, so this is an actual specimen that I only read about or saw on the Olympics. And these kids are filing through one after the other, all in with the same heart rate. I thought, this is cool. So anyways, I actually have a video of me doing that particular problem. It's kind of, video, the magic of editing can do wonders, but if I can play it for you. I went up there by myself one day with a vision. He just did what? He just did 31 pull-ups. You mean sets of 10? Dude, he's walking after you. Yeah, that's it. 150. Lean and mean. That's what us rock climbers called each other when you get to that point. As a matter of fact, rumor or not, I mean, you understand that I was even told straight, not sets. Holy God. 31? Unreal. But anyways, what was I saying? What was I saying? Oh, about that particular climb. Oh, I went up there prior by myself, and I had a BlackBerry. I don't know it was an older school smartphone, but it was a BlackBerry, with the keyboard, the manual push keyboard, at the bottom. A BlackBerry, whatever the brand is or the style. And I was able to record. I set the phone down facing up at the climb. And I had aspirations of doing this particular boulder. It turned out to be 32 feet. I measured it. It's definitely something you don't want to fall off of. You would have killed yourself. Or suffered a traumatic brain injury that you'd never recover from. But anyways, you get the gist. It's definitely something you want to rope on, when you're doing this problem or practicing this problem. I mean, don't be stupid type thing. And the landing is horrendous. And on a slope, like I said, you fall off of it, you're going to just tumble down the trail all the way back down to the road that you just walked up. But anyways, I had aspirations of doing that free solo, meaning without a rope, just me and myself. And which is always kind of a goal that you put on yourself in particular instances. And there's reasons for it, not to be, macho or anything. It's you're just trying to be as so good that you can be comfortable in uh, dangerous or difficult situations. But if you're that good, it doesn't feel dangerous or difficult to you because you're that good. And that's a good place to be because you are comfortable. It's not being stupid or uh, irresponsible. It's just you get to that point where you can do those types of things confidently and safely. And it's relative, because you are that talented or you got yourself to that good shape. Now you can do a section that is really hard to the uninitiated, but for you it's easy or much easier. And you can do that type of stuff on, in prolonged situations without feeling taxed, or tired. And then you're able to place protection eventually. But the distance you have between each piece of protection is like crazy to an average person, because you think, my God, if he fell at this point, he's going to take a 50-foot fall and or more, 60-footer, if you've got 30 feet of protection between your last piece of protection below you, plus the amount of stretch that the rope stretches, which is 3%. So a 30-foot run out, we call it, you end up taking a 60-foot fall plus whatever the rope stretches. And so anyways, that's what I had aspirations of doing, this particular boulder, but I wasn't there yet. I wasn't close. But I wanted to get a video because video in YouTube was starting to be a thing. So I wanted to see myself on this boulder, on this problem, and watch myself afterwards and learn, like a sports athlete does. So I was all by myself and I didn't have anybody with me, which was already a check mark against me. But I set up the phone and I did the hard part at the bottom. That's the most difficult section, was at the bottom as well. And I went up about to the halfway point, to the point of, okay, time to stop because I don't feel comfortable at all. And I'm at the point of being able to jump down relatively safely without injuring myself. So I got that on camera. And then, gosh, probably more than a year later, I practiced it and with a rope by myself and other methods of practicing safely. And then I recruited my pastor's son from the church I was going to. And I asked him, I had told him his name's Mike. I said, hey, Mike, here's what I want to do. I think I'm ready for it, but I need someone to video for me. Would you be willing to, video this? And he's like, yeah, sure. What do you want me to do? And I kind of gave him a in-service to, as to the situation I was about to put him in. And he didn't realize at the time that I was going to ask him to rappel halfway down this boulder with a video camera in his hand and video me as I'm on the ground. And then as I pass him, and then above him, another 15 feet above him. And, but he was up for it. And he had never rappelled, and I'm sitting here trying to get this brand new guy comfortable enough to rappel down this overhanging boulder and hang out there safely. And then I had to teach him how to get back down to the ground and resume the rappel and get back down to the ground. So we got all that taken care of. But I did it on the spot at the location, and then put a camera in his hand and had him rappel halfway, tie himself off, and then wait for me to climb from the ground up to him and then above him as I passed him. And I got that on camera. So I incorporated the video that I had already taken from my BlackBerry, which is a ground up shot, and then his video as I'm passing him and then going above him. And that was the editing that I did. And I ended up inadvertently deleting the whole climb on YouTube somehow, but I did have 2/3 of it on video, and I was able to piece it together, the BlackBerry coverage and then the part of him videoing me as I go past him, and then that's where it ends. But he really didn't cut out very much of the... Let me see if I can find this, or if this thing will even let me share it. Let's see here. Let's see if I can get it. Let's see here. For sharing. I'm going to try one more time. Hold on, let's make sure I got audio here. Test. Yeah, I got audio. Okay. Well, as soon as I hit share, it might freeze up for a second until the screen pops up. So. This was a kind of disturbing video that I was watching on the siege at Khe Sanh. Black Rifle Company, coffee company, presented it. It is a testimony of a Marine experiencing his experience over in Vietnam. It's kind of disturbing and a nice story, but that's what you're going to see here for a moment if it doesn't freeze. Let's see here. Nope, it ain't gonna hold. Okay, let's see. One more try. One more try. I'm gonna pause that. No, just what we need. Dead bodies. I'm probably gonna get a watch this. I'm gonna end up getting a what do you call it, from YouTube for showing that particular clip on that video. Let me bring up my channel. It looks like it's hanging on here. It's sharing. Did you see the video I posted, Josh? If you didn't, head over there and watch a latest video. It's that underwater footage that I was telling you about. Hold on a second. And for some reason, this isn't populating. It's not even going to my channel. I can't even see my channel. Maybe because I'm not signed in, but let's see here. It's not showing my channel. Oh, there it goes. Let's see. All right, let's go to the playlist. So far, so good. It's not kicking me out. It's because I can't see the room right now. I'm on my channel. There it is. Let's go to climbing. And I'm gonna, I think it's a collage of, no, here it is. Check this out, Josh. I'm gonna rewind it here for a second. Here's yours truly. Here we go. That's Mike shooting right down on me. Here, the kicker is, look at the color of my hair in this picture. Oh, it ended. That was me at 49 years old. Give you some motivation. Oh, here's me again. Look at my son in the background. He's like 3 or 4 years old. You'll see him with his helmet on. Hold on.
It's actually an easy move. It really is. I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't.
Uh-oh. There we go.
That was awesome.
Here, my little boy in the background, right there. He's 19 now.
Go get it. Come on. Press. Press it. Strong. Come on. Yep. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get it down. Standing. Come on. Yes! Fucking yeah, dude! There you go.
Just see the F
Oh my
bomb.
god! Yeah! Yeah! Oh my god! It's
That was my first time doing that problem. Not my first time, but my first time I accomplished it. So I was so excited.
Good job! You made it look easy.
How was that? Was that fun? What else we got here? Oh, check it out. Got some more. I actually recruited I think they're husband and wife or boyfriend, girlfriend. And the lady said that she would video for me. So I handed her my camera and she did this. And then I went home and edited it. These are just some lower to the ground This has got a pretty exciting approach to it. Pretty weird. This is called the Dead Animal Traverse. This part here is the crux, we call it, the most difficult part. Speaking of pull-ups, Josh, check this out.
You got it.
Thank you.
I actually broke my rib on that just from pulling so hard. I actually ended up in the ER with a fractured rib. Oh, this is a repeat. Same thing. Let me go to the next one here. That's just a short version of the same video. Let's see here. Oh, sorry about that. Back. One more.
Okay. Careful.
that one. Let's see. I think that was one of the last of the. Oh no, there's more. There's more here. Hold on. That one was the coolest though. It's called "I Hear My Train a Comin'." You know, named after the Jimi Hendrix song. Called "I Hear My Train a Comin'." Let me look. Oh, there I am live. Look at that look on my face. Holy moly. Wait, that's live. Let me go to playlists here. Come on. This thing takes forever to respond. Climbing. There's some more here. It's kind of fun to watch here. Check this out. Hold on. Wait, not that one. Come on. Stop it. There's more down here in the playlist. Oh, this is a pretty cool one. Scary right here. This was another one of those gripping kind of problems without.
For a big company,
Doing
small
a
company,
problem
medium-sized
without,
company,
a rope.
you want something that's fully integrated, talks to each other, and learn.
Actually, it wasn't that bad, but it was. I remember doing it, going, "Whoa, this is risky here." Really hard getting over this bulge here. Kind of bulging part right there. My hand broke. That was kind of freaky standing there. I thought, okay, Gary, no mistakes here, bro. And now I'm pretty good to go by this point. And then getting down off this thing is kind of a trick. I put it in fast motion. Check this out. The descent, you actually have to go down this smooth pace in the sunlight. Makes it look a lot easier in fast motion. And that was the end of that as I blow the snot out of my nose. Oh, there's here my train of coming again. Anyway. Test. There we go. Got it. Imagine that. It took away all the settings and everything. There we go. Thank you, Josh. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. I was saying, yes, we do use what they call gymnast chalk or magnesium carbonate. The same thing you've probably seen either in weightlifting and other sports or events. You probably see me dipping my hand into a bag behind me, hanging off my belt. That's climbing chalk or gymnast chalk. And I was trying to say while I was muted that the whole idea is to keep your hands about as dry as the rock. And a dry rock, as opposed to a wet rock, is about as dry as you can get. So you're trying to keep your hands the same as the rock, and your hands can grip and adhere, and you can even the sense of touch is much greater when you can feel the rock in every irregularity about it, lumps, bumps, cracks, etc. Textures. You can feel that really well when your hands are dry. And it's critical, it's amazing just what you saw, the amount of pull that you can create. It's called fast twitch. You're using fast twitch muscles as opposed to in doing push-ups, pull-ups, and lifting weights. You're using slow twitch muscles. You're using large muscle groups, to where in climbing you're using a lot of fast twitch. You're relying on an incredible amount of strength just in your fingertips in that first knuckle. And the types of injuries that we see in climbing is really, they're small, but they're critical injuries. You end up tearing pulley tendons, that attach your first knuckle to your second knuckle. And when those blow, you can literally hear it like a 2x4 going. It's that loud. I've been there, done it to myself, and heard it. And people turn their head and they're like, dude, are you okay? And I'm like, I don't know. Something just happened. They go, you just tore a pulley tendon. And I'm like, I did what? They said, your pulley tendon just tore. And I'm thinking, talk to me. What are you talking about? They told me, where are you hurting? And I'm like, I could point right to it. And they're like, you just tore a pulley tendon. And it literally sounded like a 2x4 hitting together, that clack. And it's a bad injury. You end up, out of service for like up to 6 months just on the little pulley tendon. And typically they heal on their own, but in really bad instances, I actually went to a doc and he said, we can attach it, but the success rate and the scar tissue and yada, 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 he said it's more successful if you just let them heal themselves. So they tell you the do's and the don'ts, to heal that. You know what? I will tell you, let me lower the music down a bit. I was going to mention this before, and your comment kind of is right along those lines, is, you know what the biggest complaint is when rock climbing? My wife complains about how dry my hands are. It's the truth. She's like just yelling at me, holy moly, what did you do? Stop it. you're gonna cut me. And I'm like, oops, don't you use lotion? I'm like, well, yeah, but I guess not enough. Yeah, your hands get really dry and cracked, and you're constantly, although that's part of the preventative injury maintenance is taking care of your hands. Because when your fingertips start to crack, I mean, they literally crack and bleed. And then you're like, it's amazing. You can't climb when you've got a split fingertip. Of all injuries, of all small injuries to and then you're putting super glue in it. Believe you me, super glue's a godsend when you need it. But then you have to tape over it, and you tape over it really well. And then when you use tape, that takes away the sensitivity of your finger, and you can't feel anything. But you got to do what you got to do, especially if you're up on a climb and you're bleeding, and your fingertip or your entire tip is flapped open. It's called an avulsion, or in climbing we call it a flapper, and those are the worst, because I mean, you literally have to suck it up, squeeze some super glue in that open wound, and pull the flap back down in place and let it. It's like a super glue surgery. And then you're taping around it, and you can imagine the amount of sensitivity that's in the tip of that finger, even though there's tape over it. But been there, done that, or you get an avulsion on your knuckle, and it's laid wide open. It's still attached, and it's just like a flapper. Squeeze some super glue underneath it, push it down in place. Try not to get your fingers stuck because of the super glue. Oh, I know. Yeah. You don't use it. And then you got to get yourself out of the situation. You end up doing whatever you got to do. There's a climber that I ran into on a regular basis. His name was Mike Paul. He was quite the talented name. He made a name for himself. He was one of those that started climbing when he was 15. He was just a little itty bitty 5 foot, 2 inch, 4 inch, buck 25 soaking wet. And, he was able to do some incredible stuff. But he lost his finger in Joshua Tree in a VW bug rollover. And he had an issue with alcohol. Actually, that was kind of, unfortunately, one of his downfalls. But he ended up driving while spending multiple days in Joshua Tree climbing. If you didn't already know, Joshua Tree is a big climbing mecca. And he ended up rolling his VW bug, and he lost his ring finger. Severed it down to the second knuckle. Let's see, first knuckle. Yeah, second knuckle, the lower one. He had a little stub right there. And he ended up climbing even harder after losing his finger and doing climbs that were even more difficult than what he was able to do. So, was that why? I'm sure not why, but it was just a testimony of what somebody can do, even after, of all things to happen to you as a climber, to lose one of your digits. Yeah, I wasn't listening to Beach Boys. But yeah, I climbed with him or just ran into him up on Mount Woodson, that photo that I showed you. And he was actually intoxicated that time that I ran into him coming down the mountain. And he ended up demonstrating for me while he was intoxicated, which wasn't, the best scenario, but, he was still a talented, and he's as old as me, if not older, a couple of years older than I am, or maybe the same age, whatever. Yeah, good old Mike Paul. There was an instance, I got to tell the story now that I've mentioned his name. Climbing is Oh, yeah, you're back. Thanks, brother. Sorry, I didn't see you. I was in and out there. Technical difficulties. Um, yeah, your comment. Let me go back to what you said. Do your arms feel like? I bet your arms felt like jello afterwards. Well, remember I mentioned that anaerobic, set in, where you literally there's expressions in climbing when your muscles get so full of blood. You've probably experienced this. Your muscles get so engorged with blood that you literally lose the ability to function your fingers. Don't know if you've ever experienced that, but I've been in Yosemite and I was doing a really difficult, um, 150-foot section of rock, and this guy was way talented, above my abilities, which doesn't say much. And he needed somebody to follow him, to be his partner, and his regular partner wasn't there yet. So I raised my hand as a young, inexperienced climber to learn something from somebody, bigger and better than myself. And after I followed him on this full rope length or near full rope length, that's like 150 foot plus of climbing, speaking of jello, it was beyond jello. I I couldn't I couldn't function my hands. I couldn't even grab something. I needed to untie my shoes and I couldn't even untie my shoelaces. And he kind of smiled and he goes, "Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it for you." And he reached down and he untied my shoes for me. I was like, dude, I can't even function right now. I am that spent. I'm so blown that I can't even bend my fingers. And he smiled, he goes, "Have a seat." I wanted to take my shoes off because it's just they get really uncomfortable. And it's not unusual to once you get to a ledge that you can rest or somewhat rest on or sit on, take a seat, take your shoes off, hang your shoes up behind you and let your feet come back to life. And I wanted to do that. I couldn't even untie my shoes. So yes, your arms get wasted. That's one of the biggest things you're always trying to keep from happening is getting pumped. We call that getting pumped. Because once you get that pumped, you lose the ability to climb anymore. And so you learn how to use your legs. That's the whole concept is use your legs over your arms. If you can make your legs work more than your arms, you're going to have a reserve and you're going to be able to climb further. And so, yeah, you got to use your whole body. Don't just use your arms, although that's climbing. But if you don't use your legs, you're only going to last so long and then see ya. You're done. Yep, I was asking about you. I was actually doing a roll call to see who was still here. And oh yeah, what happens if you pull the tendon? Yeah, off your 500 feet up a face cliff. Yeah, it's an extrication problem. Or how about this? What if you fall and bust your ankle on an ice climb and you're 500 feet down in a gorge at the bottom of a ravine at a frozen river on top of a snow pyramid or an ice pyramid that is formed at the bottom of a waterfall because of the accumulation of the snow and ice, and there's a hole in the top of this literal dome where the waterfall is falling down. The running water that is still running is actually going down in this hole at the top of this ice cone, and you're standing at the top of this ice cone and throwing your ice tools into the frozen part of the waterfall. Been there, did that. And I took a fall, about a 10-foot fall, right off the start, and ended up busting my ankle. I fractured the malleolus or the malleolus. That's the inside of the inside bone. They call it uh, the oh my gosh, the process. That's like I'm pointing to my wrist. The bony process there on your wrist. Well, that bony prominent process on the inside of your ankle is called the malleolus or the malleolus. And I fractured that thing in half. It just cracked it like an eggshell and put a fracture. I found out later. And I couldn't walk on it. I was toast. And I was, hobbling on one leg. And the kid that I was with is like, well, I guess our ice climbing, our day's over. And I went, yeah, sorry about that. And so now it was, how are we going to get out of here? But it was just a matter of time, as before we figured it out and got me and him out of this gorge, ice lined gorge. And then took us 2.5 hours to do like a half an hour approach in. Took us 2.5 hours to get out because of me. Yeah. But yeah, you can do what you got to do to get yourself out of there. Yeah, so what happens? The blood just clots or stores in the forearm. It's without oxygen is all it is. That's why they call it anaerobic. It's without aerobie or aerob, which is air. Pertaining to, IC is pertaining to without oxygen. An is without, aero is air, like aeroplane. And then IC at the end is pertaining to without oxygen. And the blood's just without oxygen, and that's where your muscle or the tissue starts to fail. When you take away one of those three things, oxygen, water, and sugar, or the energy, take away any one of those three and things start to shut down. And that's what's lacking in this instance. You're without oxygen. Everything starts to shut down. Energy can't transfer, muscles can't contract. It starts to die. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I didn't know. Whatever reason people leave is fine with me. I'm just always, wondering or speculating. Well, this person's gone, that person's gone. Yeah, elevation, absolutely. That's why people, what the cure, what is the cure for when you're up too high? Come back down. Here's a little bit of steady for you guys. No, I didn't. Just a brace, and it wasn't displaced or out of, it was just fractured. So I just had a soft splint and Motrin. And see you, when you come in as a follow-up, it healed by itself. Yeah, oh, I was going to say, here's a little bit, see if I can quote this properly, is there's, see if I say this right. I'm going to quote this, and somebody's going to prove me wrong, but maybe not. And that is, oxygen is oxygen. There's 21%, well, when they say there's 21% oxygen at sea level, and there's other gases in the mix with oxygen. It's 21%. I'm sorry. The amount of oxygen, the amount of oxygen, yeah, the amount of oxygen in air is about 21%. That's at sea level. Now, when you start to go up in elevation, it's not that the oxygen disappears. It's the amount of pressure that the oxygen is under when you start to gain elevation. So the same amount of oxygen is there. It's the amount of pressure isn't. So that 21%, and don't quote me on this, say at 6,000 feet becomes less. And then at 12,000 feet, even less. And at 20,000 feet, etc. So yeah, the amount of pressure that the oxygen is exerting against the cell membrane isn't there. So you're not able to take advantage of that. The alveoli in the lung, that's where the oxygen goes into your trachea and then goes into the branches, the right main stem and the left main stem of your lung. And then it goes into smaller branches and eventually become alveoli, or picture it as microscopic grapes. You've probably seen it in pictures in your biology class. And those alveoli are lined with capillaries, and they take in the oxygen that you breathe in, and they transfer it into your cell on the other side, etc. And that goes more into detail. But if you go up in elevation, now the oxygen's not at 21%. It's at 17, or you get the deal. Yeah, it's like sitting in a college class. But don't quote me. It's been a while. So, these numbers, and explanations may not be exactly accurate, but it makes sense. So the cure for elevation is to go back down. And you've heard that before. High altitude sickness, or HACE. I'm sorry, that's cerebral edema. High altitude, there's HACE and HAPE. But before that, there's high altitude pulmonary edema, and then after that, high altitude cerebral edema. That's in the brain. But before those two, those are the worst case scenario, is just high altitude sickness. And I'm going to say HAS, but it isn't the abbreviation. It's high altitude. Anyways, you get the drift. Oh, you got to go? Yeah, the cure is get down. Oh, you got to go, Josh. Got to hit the rack. Couple hours sleep, take the kids to school. All right, brother. Wednesday. See ya. I got a follow-up on my eye tomorrow at 4. I'll let you know how that goes. It's just a follow-up. I'm doing well. I got that floater, kind of black spiderwebby thing I'm still looking at, but we'll see what the doc says about it tomorrow. So yeah, you yap. Let me read to make sure I didn't miss anything. So same thing as submarine that went down and basically got destroyed under pressure. Yeah, it's the opposite. Yeah, that's where oxygen starts to leave the cell into other parts of the body. And that's why they call it the bends, because it typically finds joints and strictures in the travel and lodges itself. I'm sorry, no, that's something else. The oxygen leaves the cell into the tissues, and so you start getting pain in your muscles and your joints. It literally will cause an embolus or an air embolus in the musculature or the fat of your body tissues. So one is oxygen not being able to get in, or permeability, which is air going into the cell. And the other one is oxygen leaving the cell. That's when you go down. So it's like that homeostasis, that balance the body's trying to keep, which the body is an incredible machine when it comes to that, is now being interrupted by either the elevation you're at or the depth that you're at. Have a good, I hope you get enough rest to function when you wake up. Maybe take a nap later in the afternoon or whatever you do. Yeah, and I can, that's why submarines implode. They weird. Um, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yeah. The other thing that is interesting, but I found out firsthand, is, and you'll hear it all the time. Yeah, I'm always trying to tell something new, Yo Yep. I'll uh, share some medical experiences, whether in the civilian world or in the military. They're all the same. They're just different scenarios, different settings, places that you are when people get sick or injured. Um, yeah. I was saying about altitude sickness. I was just watching I don't know, one of these Everest specials or K2 or no, you're good. Where the doc or whoever it was talking about the altitude sickness, and they mentioned something that I found out firsthand myself is altitude sickness is it's like they've done studies and they haven't really concluded that this person is going to do better than that person. And since they tried to figure out, why did that person not experience altitude like his partner did? And there's no conclusion that they've come up with. They don't know why certain people do better than others. And if I'm not mistaken, that same person that did well before didn't do well the next time. Where, maybe the partner that didn't do well, it did just fine. And they don't know why. That just because you're in shape and prepared for it and all that, altitude can affect whoever it wants to affect. Yeah. And so, yeah, it's just one of those, go up and give it a shot. And if you do well, hoorah. If not, oh well. And I was one where altitude didn't like me. No, I went to Mexico City in 1996, 98, one of those two, to go down and climb volcanoes down there. And I was just a new 23-year-old kid. Matter of fact, I got pictures of it's called Popocatépetl down outside of Mexico City. And I went with a group of guys. Matter of fact, here's some photos of that trip back then, who were much more experienced than I was. But it was my opportunity to get experience. And so I tagged along with these group of older guys. I was 23. I was the youngest. The rest of them were probably in their young 30s up to 48 or 50. That was my mentor, Roger. I think he was 48 at the time. Yeah. If I was 23, I think he was 15 years older than I was. No, that would be 38. So he must have been like 25 years older than me. That sounds more correct. Yeah, because I'm 62 now and he's in his 80 plus. If Roger's still alive, I kind of lost touch with him. But anyways, yeah, I went down to Mexico City, flew down there, and then we all um, got together in Mexico City and then rented a car, packed all our stuff. 5 grown men in a 4-door sedan, and here, check this out. Look at the trunk on this thing. Oh my gosh, this thing's still stuck. Look at the trunk on. I see if you can do it without the reflection there. It's kind of blurry, but that's a car packed with backpacks, and I think we even strapped it on top of the trunk outside of Mexico City. They're all expedition packs with sleeping bags, the whole 9 yards for 2 weeks of climbing and camping. Let's see if I got a great shot of Popo. That's the name of the volcano. Some great shots of some of the villages. It looks something right out of National Geographic. It's pretty cool. I hit the back button on my controller. Oh my gosh. Can you hear me okay? Check my audio real quick. Test, test, test. Okay, good to go. All right. Yeah, we're back. Sorry, Yap. I set this controller down. I'm using an Xbox to do this live stream. And I set it down next to me and it hit the back button and kicked me right out. So I was saying here's a scene right out of National Geographic here. The lifestyle back then is like 100 years behind or thereabouts. No vehicles, just carts and horses and donkeys and burros for transportation. Here's the local sedan here. Oh, that's kind of blurry, but 2 horses there pulling a cart. I guess I need to be back here because the focus is, maybe when I go up close I can focus. Ah, there we go. The family cart. Yep, you know what? And it's not really any different in many places in the world, even to this day. And I encourage anybody to get an opportunity, if they get an opportunity, to do some world travel and see, how they live compared to what we have here in the States or in a more westernized part of the world. Let's see if I can get it's like, of all these pictures, I don't have a picture of the volcano. Come on, Gary. I know I do. Just where are they? Oh, here we go. It's like this was interrupted by some other. Here we go. Now here, speaking of elevation and the beginning of altitude sickness, holy moly, I learned my lesson the hard way. We all did. Actually, they even mentioned that whether we should hang out in Mexico City and get a hotel and acclimatize, because we're already at 8,000 feet in Mexico City. Sorry. And that's even, that anything above 6,000 feet, you can start suffering from mild symptoms of altitude sickness, headache, nausea, lack of appetite, things like that. And we fly from San Diego, which is 500 feet above sea level where I lived. And then you're flying to 8,000 feet in Mexico City. That alone is quite an abrupt elevation change. So we decided, no, time is of the essence. We didn't have a whole lot of time. I only had 2 weeks. I think the other guys had a month off, but I had to get back to work in 2 weeks. So I had 2 weeks. So I think, therefore, because of that, we decided to drive from Mexico City to the base of the volcano, which actually has this grand lodge. It's a stone building with a roof, and it's a lodge. It accommodates mountaineers on bunks, and you can rent them and stay there before you wake up in the morning and start ascending this volcano. That base, that Grand Lodge, which I'm about to show you a picture of, is at 13,000 feet. So we fly to Mexico City and the same day drive to 13,500 feet. And this was our camp right outside the parking lot. Let me zoom in on this a little bit. There we go. That was our camp, or had our tent set up under the pine trees. And you can't even see the parking lot, but I'll show you the parking lot. The lodge that we pull up to in our car, in the rent-a-car, from the airport, looks like this. This lodge is at 13,500 feet. Isn't that incredible? And I think I'm actually taking the picture from my tent. That's our tent under the pine tree, and we're shooting down in the parking lot of the Grand Lodge. Here, I'm sorry. It's crazy. It was weird to see. It's like, oh my gosh, this road is going right up to the base of the volcano. And I'll show you a picture of the volcano here. And then the next morning, wake up at dark 30 to start our ascent, which is basically just a trudge up a trail, up of volcanic ash and dust and dirt. And that was Popo in the background. That's the name of the volcano, with the ice covered kind of glacier top to it. So that's when I found out that I didn't do well at altitude. And I ended up hiking up to 16,000 feet with this guy who was more experienced, and he suffered already from some kind of a gut disease. I think it was Crohn's or something, Crohn's disease. And he dealt with that. And he knew, he dealt with it all his life. And it was giving him issues. He wasn't doing very well. And up at the first hut, they actually had these metal huts up the volcano, was at 16,000 feet. And when I got up there, and I was pretty much dead to the world and not feeling well and out of breath after taking 5 steps forward, I'd literally just stop and fall to my knees and wonder, I can't even move my legs 5 times before I have to stop. And then the other guys noticed and said, you know what, you better, I think it's time for you to call it quits. And I said, sounds like a plan to me. So this guy, Dana, as a matter of fact, that was his name, the one that was suffering from that stomach disease, he said, oh, they recommended that I came down with an escort. And everyone was doing okay except for me and Dana. So Dana said, I'll go down with you, Gary. And I was like, cool. So we both turned around and headed down. And of course, heading down, if you have ever done any hiking up in mountains at all, going down can be just as bad, if not worse, than going up. And your legs just really take a beating. You know, the quads, the front of your legs, the upper front of your legs become just useless after a while. And you'll literally end up on your butt sometimes, scooting down on your butt because you can't support yourself anymore with your legs. And that sucks when you're scooting down on your butt, especially through rocks. Yeah. It's just lack of oxygen, you know, and like we said earlier, as you said earlier, the cure for that is to get down. And that was what I was suffering from. It's just lack of oxygen, too much too soon. And the other guys had been through some recent exposure to altitude, and they actually did well. And they not only did Popo, the mountain that I just showed you, but they also went on to do another mountain in Veracruz, Mexico, called El Pico de Orizaba. And that was at 17.5. So, and they were able to, I think they got turned around due to weather while we hung down in the city and enjoyed the local, at least what we could find, the local food and the events. Actually, there weren't too many events, but you could barely see the volcano in the background there. Yeah, it's kind of through the trees, but you can see it in the background. But matter of fact, that morning that I wish I had these up on like a PowerPoint. That way you don't have to, I don't have to hold the photo up in front of. But Dana, matter of fact, here's how he felt and looked at 16,000 feet. He looks dead on the ground. That was the guy that escorted me down. Let's see if I can turn it on his side. Here, wait. Turn him on his back. He's out like and not doing well with his shades on and his all bundled up. And that was shortly before he escorted me down. And that hut that I mentioned at 16,000 feet, this is what it looked like up there in the middle of the, oh, my battery just died. Imagine that. Don't worry, I have a replacement. If you've been through this before, or if you haven't, yep, the battery has like a 2.5 hour shelf life. And so, if you want to call it that, and then I put in the other battery while it's, there we go, should be back. There it is. That focus, let me get a better focus here on my hand. There's a reason for this. There we go. Okay. Anyway, that was the hut, that metal hut that I was talking about. You got to go? Mount Everest victim. Yeah, one of the guys dead up there on Everest. Anyways, yeah, hey, thanks for coming, Yap. More on Wednesday. I'll be hopefully back up on Wednesday, and I'll share some more. See if I can get, you know what I need to do is like have a organized live stream and upload what it is that I want to share. And that way I can just bring it up on the screen and share it that way instead of holding it in my hand. So yeah, we'll do it again Wednesday night and Friday night. I hope everything goes well and I don't forget. Yeah, story time with Doc. Yeah, you asked me about some medical experiences. I'll talk about those too. I got a bunch in my head, and the more you guys ask questions, it more than likely sparks a memory. Oh yeah, I remember this. Let me tell you about this call. So thanks for your um, support and participation. Yep. Yep. Where are you from? Or where are you originating? If you're still there. Yeah, it's about time to call it quits. What do you think? Oh my goodness. Good night, guys. Yap and girl in the mirror or affectionate butterfly. Loaded up. Maybe a mental aspect phenomenon. Yep, yep, yep. What's that? Sounds great. Tell the doc, lay off the jackhammer. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I was telling him about my eye and the machine he was using to. It's like a welding machine, but for the eye, the laser, and he was full auto and about making me puke, and I had to tell him to slow down. All right, guys, girls, it's 6 hours exactly right now. I can't believe it's 6 hours. Later, dude, as you were.